Oh my god, I heard things were getting kind of crazy. I think I already, I might have missed the chaos. Sounds like what was rumor is now confirmed. We got a Rostermania. We got a huge Rostermania in our hands. Exciting stuff. Rah! What's up, King? Welcome, brother. Yes, wake me up. Why don't you? Wake me up. Rostermania! This is happening so frequently. I think this is going to be the last time this happens this year. For the record, because we finally got a break between events. It's perfect. I don't think we see any more changes. So enjoy this while it lasts, right? Although it's kind of... Is it over and done already, or are we just getting started, right? It seems like two teams are already confirmed, essentially. We just got to figure out where the rest of them go. Not surprised. Can't say I'm surprised. APG spreading stuff too fast. I mean, APG started it, and then Ronnie Intel on Twitter just went ahead and just started dropping all the intel. I have my own source, so I already know, what's correct and not. And he's correct about everything he's saying. So I'm like, shit, I might as well tweet it. Time to wake up. Flyboy, thank you for the $5. Let's go, brother. Welcome. I got a ringing in my ear, actually, that's annoying me. But we can't miss the stream, so we're here. Go to APG stream. He's going to recap for me. I mean, I'm aware. I was at the gym, paying attention in and out. I'm pretty well aware of what's happening. We're just a fly on the wall at this point, right? Yeah, the Snakebite situation's an odd one, man. We got to talk about that, too. What does it mean for Snakebite, right? I think Snakebite might have gotten left out of the exchange, which is wild. Prisma, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. Let's go. SR in face? No. Who said SR is changing? Nobody said SR is changing. Give them more time to cook. That's not going to happen. What's up, guys? Happy Wednesday. Welcome. Wonkas, Lindsay, Lewis, Jordan, Big Dog, Bert, Toast, Just Ken. I can't read all your names. I appreciate you guys all for tuning in. Getting into the juicy details, the action. I got two of these streams open, Formal and APG. If I watch APG, watch Formal, is that just like way too much? That seems like way too much. Maybe we do that. He's talking to me? Someone asked him to recap it for me? Oh, okay. When he comes back, maybe. I mean, if he wants to go ahead and give us the quick and dirty details. Shopify should not change. I moved in quickly? No, I mean, this has been ongoing for hours. I'm late. Yeah, APG's been going... The stream's been going crazy, and there's been drama in the stream, apparently, too. We had some pro players show up and talk a little shit or something like that. I don't know. Stellar was getting kind of spicy is what I've been hearing. How's Eco staying? Stellar and Eco go way back as a duo. There's a long-term friendship and an understanding of how to play the game that I'm sure they want to continue. Whatever decisions they made with Snakebite and Lucid weren't working well, but... Before that, they clearly had something going. So I wouldn't be surprised if that long-term relationship that they've developed is why they're still sticking together. What's still standing here. Either way, I figure we kick it off with a little Halo music. We might as well jump into it. Who doesn't already know the teams? I'm late, right? This is old news for everybody at this point. We've got two leaked rosters that seem to be all but confirmed at this point, right?
Full scoop.
Yeah, so
brought on, everybody gets to chat too.
Real quick, if you're just tuning in, the intel, so basically, Optic and SR are safe. Optic's not going to change, of course. SR is not going to change. SSG, FaZe, Envy is the focal point right now. Those three teams are reorganizing their players. That's what we've heard. What seems to be all but confirmed is Lucid to FaZe, and who am I missing? And Precision to FaZe, with a swap from Falcated and Suppressed over to SSG instead. So we're looking at SSG, Stellar, Eco, Suppressed, Falcated. FaZe is Trippy, Lucid, Penguin and Precision to complete the roster, which is crazy on paper. We could talk about what the implications of that would be. Which one do you think is better? Which one
out of the top four
can
that
hang?
is making a change? Shopify is sticking together. TSM is sticking together. Optic is sticking together. FaZe, I was alluding to making a team change. I didn't say who yet.
APG's camera in the perfect location.
That SSG also is making a team change, and it sounds like Stellar or
Snakebite took SSG out of his Twitter.
Snakebite and Lucid are the ones that are going to be going elsewhere, and that they decided to go
Why did
elsewhere,
they need to split?
Not being dropped or anything like that. That they decided to.
Eco and Stellar have been competing together since freaking Halo 5 when they used to win with Splice, right? They got a three-peat together. Obviously, Bound and Legend are a huge component in that, but they also played on Cloud9 and won the first two Halo events on Cloud9, right?
Some
with
people
Infinite.
had been on FaZe since before the event, and when he says this, I think that he's talking about Lucid. And then he says, I was asking him questions about the Optic series. He says the only people beating Optic is me and Eco. And that was basically confirmation that Lucid and Snakebite were off the team. Now, after that,
the only people beating Optic is me and Eco, right? Like there's definitely there's a close knit relationship with him and Eco that he wants to keep going forward, and a lot of confidence, maybe a little bit of ego that he has in his belief that they'll win if they stick together.
And then with everything, and then I asked him.
But you gotta kind of respect it. I mean, you have to respect the wins that they've accomplished together. They've currently
buy into a different system,
clearly figured something out.
Like a different way of playing. And he says, me and Kevin strayed from the system. He learned his lesson.
Strayed from the system and learned our lesson. What does that mean, right? What's the system? One thing that we acknowledged with the SSG roster was the butting heads, all the IGLs and different play styles and kind of different methodologies and how they see the game. What's the system he's alluding to?
Up until that point, Tommy says, only thing I'll say
Wrong
is
category.
I'm not the one chilling in
freaking way.
Shit talking teammates on the daily. I've always been about the team. I'm actually on every time. I'm thinking about the way Matt said this.
My bad.
Said I'm always been about the team. I'm actually on
every time. We were on Split Game, bro.
And so
with drops, though.
That was about my fucking Braden. I'm just fucking blanking. And so here's like a thread with
Chad,
everything.
I got a ringing in my right ear, and it's very distracting. So I'm sorry if for whatever reason I lose my train of thought or something. I don't know what's going on. I'll be honest. Like I was in the shower, and then I got out of the shower, and I've just been, I don't know. It just feels like either the ear's like blocked, or I'm like hearing, like not ringing. I don't know what it is, but it's like bothering me
Tommy
and distracting me.
Joey comes in and says,
"It's a spicy day, so I had to be here
until he met me." And then Donnie replies, "All I'm saying is it's not my fault.
It's like I just got off an airplane or something.
On the map." At the end,
like I popped my ears too hard.
The way because they were typing simultaneously in the chat.
Don't shower, bad for your ears. Yeah.
Donnie says,
"Never
I
shower."
Pockets on SR. Remember, if you didn't have formal, you would be top 6 locked, nigga. So he meant nigga when he said naga. So what we were just gonna say it how it is. I'm just playing. He probably meant
what?
Not gonna lie. And it autocorrected. That's what somebody said, but I'm just saying that as a joke.
What?
Yeah. That's what Donnie said.
No, he didn't.
Then he
really?
says there's 2 people.
Can Donnie say that?
2 people who
Does
weren't.
He get a
but
pass?
It's fine. They can enjoy being a slower paced team, and that was it. But the quotes, and then Kaysan came into the chat. Called in, had an exclusive phone call with him. We talked about basically what has
I've been doing that, Owen.
Attempted to go down. He was saying that he thinks Halo pros need to move.
Matthew, you got to chill, bro.
Professionalism, go through the right channels before things spread like wildfire, because they're going to spread regardless. Just make sure you tell the correct people first. Make sure that it's even possible. He said that he's in talks with Unit Sean, who is the CEO of SSG. So he said he's been in talks with them to try and get a clean swap and maybe trade contracts, whatever it may be. So no time frame on when that would be finished, but everything is in the works. So yeah, that's everything that has happened today.
Thank you, APG. Who would you guys say wins and loses in this deal? Like if you're SSG, like I regardless of your thoughts on which team is better, SSG is losing some serious star power, right? Like if I'm the owner of SSG and you're dropping Lucid and Snakebite, it's hard not to feel like SSG's been taking L's all of 2025. SSG wins? I don't know, bro. The community wins. Halo fans win. That's without a doubt. No, yeah, he's on light mode. It just feels like SSG's just been taking a beating, bro. They win 4 championships in Worlds and end up with Lucid and Snakebite, which, that's some star power to add to the team. It doesn't work out, and then there they go, and you replace them with Falcated and Suppress, which, look, don't get me wrong. These players are cracked, right? And I feel like people are probably sleeping on Falcated, his history as a player, and his performance recently as well. He was, number 2 in KD? And the standout on his team in Slay's Kill Death, but also somebody who came into the scene alongside Shotzzy, right? He was Shotzi's duo back in the day playing on Splice. Mind you, he was replaced by Renegade, which is what led Splice to their first tournament win, right? But Fal's been like a top-level talent for a long time, so I'm not surprised that he's still in the conversation. Suppress is a question mark. Suppress had his first introduction to Grand Finals just last weekend, right? And he got a frenzy in Origin. That's the one standout moment, I think, for him. He had a solid series overall, but, I mean, you're putting that guy on main stage in Grand Finals for the first time. He's still figuring that out. I think his potential is still kind of unknown, and it alleviates maybe some space on the team intellectually. Not to say that they're not smart guys. I'm just saying Eco can go back to doing what he does best as far as being the leader, the IGL for the roster, and it might allow them to play the game the way they want to play the game without overthinking anything. That said, though, this team, like, as far as who you're rooting for, they don't have a brand or a platform that they bring to that roster, right? Falcated and Suppressed, like, they're big question marks. The community doesn't know them. We might fall in love with them, maybe through them being on SSG, but I don't know. I think that SSG kind of, the stock value, it's hard not to see them, get less support and viewership if they don't have somebody like, Lucid, if all these high-tier star power players are, swapping off their roster. So not that somebody can't replace them in the spotlight or that Stellar and Eco can't suddenly rise to the occasion now that they have 2 new teammates and they're a little bit more free to play the game the way they want to play. I don't know. FaZe is looking real interesting, though, right? Because if FaZe is confirmed, Lucid, Trippy, Penguin, and Precision, it's basically Optic with Precision instead of Formal, right? Do we like that? Is that a winning team? Without Formal, can they win? Without Formal, is Lucid the dedicated IGL of that team now? And then Precision is like the unknown GOAT that could rise to the occasion and somehow, I don't know. Yes, no. I like the fact that we're not 100% decided on it. We're not going to be until we see the scrims. Scrims are going to be freaking fun to watch now, which is exciting. We got scrims. We got the Pro League coming up. Rising Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Welcome. FaZe is changing, bro. I mean, safe to say with all these conversations we've been having, there's no stopping FaZe from changing at this rate. It seems like everything's basically confirmed. It just needs the org to sign off.
Wait for the next recap. I just got done.
Formal taking digs in the whole thing. I'm not surprised.
You mind repeating what Kaysan said? Kaysan was talking about.
I mean, Formal's having a riot right now.
Halo right there.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God.
Burning holy fire. Thank you for the gift, brother. Welcome. Let's go. If you're Formal, you're having a great time with this. Bow down. Welcome. Just you're coming off 2 wins back to back, and now everybody's reconfiguring their rosters, like trying to find a way to beat you.
Up SSG. 10 gifted for another recap. All right, bet 10 gifted for another recap. Say less,
bro. Damn. Okay.
I would do it 100%. I'm on the road to 2K.
Where's my maybe we need a recap.
Now there's a lot of shit that went down today. A lot of shit that went down. More
he
shit
said
than
I
was
did
even
this. Is that what he said? He kind of did.
I turned on the stream today
this.
at like 9 a.m. Did I expect all this shit to happen?
He's been live since 9 a.m.
No, not at all, bro. Not at all. What he's talking about this.
Top 6 team can't play is what I'm getting, right? At June 3rd.
Yeah, only top 8.
On Tuesday, June 3rd at 2 p.m. Eastern. The only people, I'm sorry, this is just crazy. The only people that probably can't take Tuesdays off, like the people that aren't getting, if they want any part of this. I'm pretty sure I saw Avicii type earlier that he's graduating on this day or something. Like, there's like a Tuesday is just random.
It is random.
I don't know. Whatever.
2 p.m.
Four
Eastern
teams next 4 via HCS
on a
Pro
Tuesday.
Points. Double elimination, best of 5 winners, lower semis. Best of winners final.
It's going good, Tyree.
Best of 7 lower final for 8th seed. No grand final. Okay, a lot of problems here, but that has nothing to do with me, so I don't care. Online league play begins Wednesday, June 4th.
So this is going to overlap with the scrims, which is interesting. Speakeasy with 5. Damn good Halo. My God. You go, Speakeasy. Thank you so much. Welcome, guys. See, literally next week this is happening.
Bro, what? I thought this was months down the road.
No.
Oh, yeah, because it's 3 months long. We have to start next week.
Yeah, until September.
Matches begin at 5 p.m. Central.
This is the LVT League.
Every match is streamed. Every series will be best of 7. 3 weeks of play per split. 1 week off. So 9 weeks of gameplay, 3 weeks off in the 3 months. 28 matches per split. Okay. Here's the problem. A lot of problems with this too. Number 1, starting at 5 p.m. Central is crazy.
That's right where scrims is. Yeah.
Only because 3 best of 7s, this could end up like just being really late nights just for a lot of people.
Could be.
Which I don't care, but I'm sure some people will. This is an OD amount of matches. So 28 best of 7s. You're looking at them. If every series is a 4-0, what's the math on that? What's 28 times 4? Yeah, let's just actually just do stuff here. 112 games if every match is a 4-0. Okay, so I'll be like, I'll say that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like 112 at the very least. Okay. This is per split.
Is it matches,
so 112
not
times 3. 300. Wait, hold on.
Do they mean matches as an alternative to games? Is that what they're saying? Like 4 best of 7 series that can total out to a max of
Okay, so
20,
at the very minimum,
8?
The very minimum, LVT will be able to stream 336 games.
No way.
At the very minimum.
We might be miscommunicating something.
This is what movies is made of.
So my problem, right? I don't like feeling like I'm being fucking milked. I've been around a long time. Feeling like I'm being fucking milked is not a fun feeling as a pro. Okay,
Ooh.
I'm totally cool with them throwing this tournament. This is all great. If this was just like one random event, LVT sponsors this or LVT partners with them for this LAN, none of this online stuff, I'm cool with, bro. I'm going to LA, I'm vibey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the problem is when you put all of this stuff here,
they have to follow a specific
let's get into more
schedule,
stuff
right?
again.
Like they're not being paid to follow the schedule that they're being put to. That the tournament's
There's
gonna
a
come up
roster
where they
lock.
could make money, but
Monday, June 2nd, roster unlock after the final series of split 1. So once you're locked in with your roster for the first
I think there's a
split,
miscommunication.
you can't change your team until the end of the split 1. Then there's another roster lock. Then
There's
an
no way
unlock.
it's 300.
But
Whatever.
there's like roster locks and stuff just to end up at a Kaysan lane at the end. Do you guys see the problem? Like I don't want to sound like I'm ungrateful for Halo event. I'm not. Like I said, I think it's dope. Problem is this is just too much.
Yeah.
This is too much, and I'm okay with being milked. I'm okay with them streaming opens, and I appreciate what LVT does for that. But this is too much, man. This is OD as fuck, dude. This is crazy, dude.
Yeah.
This is crazy, dude.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind that it'll become a requirement for the pro players that compete in the league to appear at this scheduled interval multiple times a week, playing dozens of games, whatever, on top of their scrims, assuming they're doing this instead of scrims, I don't know, for no money, just for the promise of maybe winning the tournament for $50K at the end of the season, right? I don't think they get paid to be part of the league. I'm not sure. That is interesting.
Like, if I was making, like, no money on this whole thing, it would be fucking crazy, dude. This is a lot of time put in to basically just benefit LVT. And I understand the want here for LVT, right? Even if it was 1 month split, it'd be okay. But 3 month split is fucked, man. If the end goal here was fucking $500,000 land finale, I wouldn't be saying shit. I'd be scrimming right now.
Yeah.
And getting my team ready to fucking go. But the fact that this isn't even an HCS event, this isn't an HCS, it doesn't even look like it's an HCS affiliated event. Am I wrong? I don't see HCS posted here anywhere.
It has no connection to HCS.
It's just LVT.
No impact over seeding placements or any of that.
Right? LVT Halo and production.
Right, with Shopify is supporting the
well, this isn't even an HCS thing. but somehow we're going to be committed to 3 months of matches
I wouldn't say it's an L.
in like a mini pro league.
Hold on a second.
You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't hit me the right way. It doesn't seem like this is like usually when I see LVT tourneys and like I see like the little 2v2s or like I don't know what else I do, Forge hubs, grassroots stuff like that. That's dope. I will say that's dope. Okay, but this is not dope.
Hold on a second.
This is too much. This is too milky. This is like borderline greedy. It just rubs me the wrong way, and I don't like it.
So we're trying to figure out what specifically is required, like how many games they actually have to play. But basically, they'd have to play with their team on a weekly basis, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, in best of 7 series for like 3 months, essentially, to culminate in a tournament in September for the promise of winning up to like the prize pool is $50K for the tournament. But I think that they'd be playing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on a specific schedule till late at night or something, without making any money for it, essentially, while having to adhere to these demands, right? So it kind of makes sense if you go look at it from his perspective. They're requiring his time and energy to invest in this, but he's not, I don't think, being paid unless, of course, they win the tournament in the end, which is $50K in comparison to all of the other tournaments that they'll be competing in for much larger prize pools. I can understand where he's coming from, but are they playing 312 games? Like, what's the actual number?
That is just damn good Halo.
My God, S62, let's go.
So I don't think the podcast comments or anything concerns or even this segment is even going to do anything to this. This seems pretty set in stone. It's just too much, man. It's just too much. There's a don't you auto qualify? Yeah, but that's not the point. Just because we auto qualify doesn't mean we're going to play it. The only reason I would try to convince my team to play is if well, for one, if they want to do it, I'll play it. I don't care. I'll stream it. It'll be fine for me. But if for some reason the practice schedule gets a little fucked up because of that, it's that's an issue, right? But I guess we'll have to just wait and see, because we can always just fucking play a little bit of it and then just stop playing it once we realize what's going on. We'll see. But I didn't know this started next fucking week, man. What the hell? Did that say the first match?
Okay. Wasn't necessarily Eco and Stellar's decision. No. I think it's Eco and Stellar are choosing that
a week from today.
It's a team decision. It's amongst the whole team, not them on their own. They know that a change needs to be made. And what Stellar apparently was alluding to,
then just turn up and win. Simple.
That's
not the point at all.
Hold on. Was that Lucid might have already been in talks to join FaZe before the LAN even happened, is what I've been hearing, maybe.
My whole point is that it's just way too much there's no other word for it, milking. It's just way too much milking, man. It's too much. It's borderline greedy, and it just doesn't sit right with me. I'm gonna have this.
Okay. So, Dev, is there a confusion? So, Formal seems to be under the impression that they're playing like 300-something games minimum. Like, he did some math here. Maybe there's a miscommunication. If they play one best of 7, is it once a week and then different teams on Thursday, Friday? Like, if one best of 7 is not a big ask, but what he was understanding when he read that was they had to play way more games than that. Like that, I don't know if something was maybe mistyped. They said matches, and maybe what they meant to say was that was games, like 28 games maximum is what they were saying. Like each set of teams play a best of 7 series, so the max games that we could see is 28 for an evening or something like that. Yeah, maybe Formy just got the math wrong and he misinterpreted what they had written there, and he thinks that he has to play way more than he actually has to play, because there could be a balance here that's more acceptable that he's just not understanding. I don't know. That's the only benefit.
You play the whole 3 months and then LAN for 20. Yeah, for like the end goal, truthfully, would be like $5,000 each if we were to win the whole thing in California. After 3 months of leading up to it, you know what I'm saying? It's just that's
crazy.
That's fucking insane. That's fucking is that not insane? Like, am I faded? That feels fucking insane to me.
I mean, talking about all pros? What do you mean?
I can't see chat right now. Matt Craig's fucking doing some shit.
No. I don't know if, like, we got to figure out whether or not there's a why is there's an ant on my monitor, bro? What? Like a large ant. Hold on, bro. The fuck?
And like I said, I'll say it one more time. I think it's cool that LVT and Shopify are partnering to do something for Halo. That is cool. Okay. I respect that. I respect what LVT does.
Yo,
I respect the grind they put on and all the tourneys they've done, all the extra stuff that they've done for Halo since I've come back to the scene. This is just it's just a little too much. Truthfully.
All right. Okay. So look, man, I don't know the full details of how many games they got to play, but you have to admit that depending on what the requirement is, Formal has a point. They're requesting his time. You know, they're putting these teams on display on a weekly basis for the promise of a maximum of like $5,000 each. Like, you consider the money that they're already competing for, you know, and the fact that it would also go into their practice. Would it be an acceptable form of practice to play these series as an alternative to scrims, or will they have to also scrim on top of their required play sessions, right? So I think he's got a point with what he's saying, depending on what the requirement is for these players. If it's just like one best of 7, they show up, they play a best of 7, it's once a week or maybe, twice a week or something, then that's awesome. It's great content for everybody. But at some point, yeah, you have to respect the fact that like these pros have lives and they have other tournaments that they're trying to participate in. So like, what's the balance here? I think LVT is very focused on how can we bring incredible content for the community by putting these pros and these teams and these matchups on display. But you also have to consider the pros and whether or not the valuation makes sense for them, or else what will happen is you just won't have the top teams in competition. You'd have other teams, I guess, maybe. Okay, so there's a long tweet from LVT that I retweeted. I think regardless of, all these perspectives, it's a positive that this is even in progress, right? So let's just be happy that LVT is trying to do something here. Whether or not the balancing of things is correct is something we could look at more closely, but you do have to respect the fact that this even exists. If they're scrimming anyway, what's the issue? Well, I mean, playing a specific best of 7 series and scrims are sort of two different things. Like scrims, you go through all of the maps and the game types as your practice. In series, you play a specific layout and only those matches. So you know what I mean? Like, I think it wouldn't necessarily be adequate like if you have a best of 7 with FaZe versus scrim with FaZe, you're getting much better practice in a scrim because you're playing way more matches. So what do? You know what I mean? Like, do you play that and then you also play the scrim? Look, and that's not to say that that's a bad thing. Once again, it's just about how much is required from the pros, and does the money that they're earning make sense for their time? That's all. I think that's. Anyway, so this is it, right? There's 8 teams, 3 monthly online splits, weekly matches, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every week, these teams are playing. Is it that Optic is playing every day, Wednesday, Thursday, like all 3 of those days in a series? Or is it different teams every day, top 4 from DreamHack auto qualify, right? It's so this is kind of random too. Tuesday, June 3rd at 2 p.m. Eastern is the qualifying tournament. So if you're anybody who didn't auto qualify, so I think a good example was like Complexity, that Formal brought up, obviously has like exams or something like that, right? Like June is when exam period for people. 2 p.m. on a Tuesday is going to be a little bit tricky to achieve for all of the teams that might want to be a part of this. So I guess that's fair to consider, right? 4 invited teams for the next 4 teams via HCS Pro points. Okay. Online league play, it's going to be 6 p.m. Eastern Wednesday, and I guess the same Thursday, Friday. Every match is streamed. Every series will be a best of 7. 3 weeks of play per split, 1 week off. 28 matches per split. When they say 28 matches per split, is that, yeah, so a split is 3 weeks, right? So, no, they're not saying games, right? They're saying 28 best of 7 series is what they're saying. 28 best of 7 series will be played per month is what they're saying. in 3 weeks, each team has to play 7 times. 7 times. Wait, so they how does that work? Because if you play 3 days every week, or do you play 1 day, or you know what I mean? For all teams. Like, imagine playing 28 best of 7 series every month. That's a lot of Halo to play. If they actually have to play 28 best of 7 matchups per month, and then none of that is they don't make money off any of that. This is all to prepare for the tournament for 50K. That's like a higher requirement than anything they're already doing for 250K 3 other events. Tuesday is kind of wild too. Yeah, collect 4 best of 7s with a max. Yeah, so you could have 4 best of 7 series that would max out at 28 games. Is that the confusion? But they're saying 3 weeks of play per split, 28 matches per split. So a split is 3 weeks. So that means that they're playing in 3 weeks. They're playing 28 best of 7. 28. What's a match? Is a match an alternative to saying game? So there's 28. I'm just fucking losing my mind right now. If I didn't have the ringing in my ear, I might be a little bit more intelligent here. He doesn't want to spend 3 months in an online league mid-season. Right, which will intercept his practice and his scrims and everything. Welcome, Blondie. It's the objective here is let's find a balance that's fair for the pros and entertaining for the viewers, you know? Yeah, we need LVT to get in here and clarify everything. A match is best of 7. 1 match is best of 7. So that means that you have 28 best of 7 matches.
This is the way.
That's if that's the way, or is 1 match 1 game.
The way.
That sounds insane. 28 best of 7 matches sounds insane. If 1 match is a game, they're saying like a maximum of 28 games are played. That's different. That's like a 4 different best of 7s or something. Week 1, OG versus Team 2, OG versus Team 3. Week 2, OG versus Team 4. Wait. Week 2 is... So they play 2 different teams? Okay, so Optic plays 2 best of 7s in week 1. 2 best of 7s in week 2, and 2 best of 7s in... So 6 separate best of 7 series? Is that what you're saying? Why not just lay it out so it's just straightforward for me, Dev? Instead of saying OG, like week 1, OG versus Team 2, OG versus Team 3, week 2, OG versus Team 4, OG versus Team 5, OG versus Team 6, and versus Team 7, and Team 8. Oh, so in week 3, Optic play 3 best of 7 series with Team 6, Team 7, and Team 8, and then split done. So they play a total of 7 best of 7 matchups across 3 weeks. 3 best of 7s in week 3. Okay, and that's 1 split. And then they do another set of 7 best of 7 matchups for split 2, and then 7 best of 7 matchups for split 3. And is that how we're getting up to the 28? Right? And then they play for $50,000. So all of that, is any of that, like, do they make any money on any of those 7 best of 7 matchups that they play every 3 weeks? Right? Are we like this sort of making sense? If they don't make any bread on all of those matches, but the only promise is that maybe they get 5K each in September, then Formal has a point. Right? I think that's fair. You're going to require Optic because you're taking Optic and their brand and their notoriety and their time and that would be spent in scrims and all of that, and then saying, here, you're going to play in a schedule and you're going to follow this schedule 2 to 3 times a week for 3 months. And then you might get 5K if you win at the end. Then he's got a point. I think what LVT might have not done is thought like, okay, are the players going to be cool with playing all this Halo? Or do we got to put more money down to make it like worthwhile for their time? For us, it's great. We get to watch all these matchups. But I guess like maybe their mindset is these guys are already scrimming, so why can't we just do this, you know? I don't know. 3 months for 5K is kind of nutty. If you're playing, you're committed to a schedule. At least do it in the offseason. Yeah, in the offseason, that'd be kind of cool because then they don't have to worry about, okay, how do we manage this with the time that we're already spending scrimming? Like, because once again, this would be scheduled around their scrim time. It wouldn't be adequate enough to be considered full scrims because a best of 7 series, let's say Optic 4-0s, then that's not adequate scrims against FaZe. Let's say they 4-0 FaZe or something. You know, they still have to scrim FaZe because there's like, they play 14 maps every time they scrim on a regular basis. So you still got a bunch of other stuff that's like not being practiced. Anyway, I don't sound crazy here, right? I think we're kind of figuring it out at this point, assuming what Dev Trog was saying was correct in the layout of things. It is a large requirement from the pros. And for some of the pros, like maybe not in Formal's position, it would make sense because they get, production value in a spotlight and things like that might, encourage them to, add a little bit to their grind that they're already, working towards or whatever. But for the top teams like Formal and Optic and SSG and FaZe and them, it's a little bit less
not
ideal,
affiliated
right?
with HCS, nothing like that, nothing to do with HCS. I mean, like I said, I enjoy it. I'm
7 matches per split, and a
dude,
split happens in 1 month though. So they play 3 weeks, and over 3 weeks they play 7 best of 7 series, SX2, and then they do it again. They take a week off, and then they do it again for 3 weeks, and then they take a week off, and they do it again for 3 weeks, and then in September they have the 50K tournament. So that's what it is, right? It's like 7 best of 7 matches over 3 weeks for 3 months with a week break in between each month. If each team plays each other once, then it's true that each team plays 7 matches, but that does not equal 28. It would equal, 21 matches? If they play 7 a split, it would equal a total of 21 matches. 21 best of 7 series is what it would lead to. Pros need to realize they need to play more to get viewership up. People, okay. I mean, yeah, but like time is money, and pros work hard to get to the position that they're in, and they deserve to be compensated for their efforts as well. Like when you put on a tournament, you have series that the pros play through, and then by the end of the day they get their 5K or whatever, right? This is a little different. This is 3 months of them committing to something with the promise of maybe 5,000 each at the end of it, assuming they win. If they don't win, they might not even get money. So did you just spend all that time? It's not clickbait. The Rostermania is legit, bro. This is something entirely separate, right? We got new teams, okay? And it's happening. SSG is new. We got new SSG and new FaZe coming up. And we don't know where the hell Snakebite is going and what happens to the rest of Envy. We got some crazy stuff going on with Rostermania and whether or not that creates a domino effect with everybody else. So we could just kind of start it there, but now we're talking about the format for the LVT League.
Like, I'd be down to play that best of 7. Throw some money up per best of 7, $500 per player. If you win, then everyone's going hard as shit, and you get good practice. But it's an online split, man. You lose it, like, who cares? You know what I mean?
But yeah, make it best of 5.
He's getting
like
sponsors.
Maybe 2 best of 5s, 3 on Friday if you're trying to do it like that, bro. 4 best of 7s on Friday. Also,
like 4 or 5
I will
days,
say this:
like
if you're doing this on Friday,
the most, so what you're spending 3 of those
at 5 p.m.,
so you're actually getting way
no,
less
players
practice.
are not going to be able to have any social life if they have to also play on Saturday and Sunday in the Open Cup, so they're not a top 4 team. There will be no chance of a social life, no dates.
Thank you, JFC.
Like
Prime Gaming. Let's go.
There
wouldn't be.
It's much more concentrated.
Like, you wouldn't be able to be outside, bro. On the real,
play on that
you wouldn't
Sunday,
be able to be
play
outside. I'm just thinking about
like
it.
3
Thinking
different,
about
like teams, basically,
from all
And
aspects.
I mean, for us, for example, we would play a winners finals, or we'd play a winners semis, a winners finals, and like a fucking losers final. You're playing the best teams in like shit that feels like it matters. You know what I mean? Because it's seeding us for the next LAN, right? So
obviously, everyone's hearing a bunch of rumors, etc.
You know what I'm saying?
And
But it's
haven't
like
been
all
reaching out.
fucking day. It's not
taking
4
Obviously, everyone's hearing a bunch of rumors, etc., and have been reaching out, taking some time to sort things on my end, but pretty soon I'll be in touch on everything. Got a whole bunch of things to say, so when the time's right, I'll set the record straight. Cool. That's out of Snakebite. So in case you're not aware, the dialogue right now is that the new SSG team is with Falcated and Suppressed with Eco and Stellar. Eco Stellar sticking together, adding Foul Suppressed, and then FaZe. Lucid is apparently going over to FaZe now alongside Precision from Envy. They're picking up Precision with Trippy and Penguin. So you're looking at Optic's old roster with Precision instead of Formal, basically, which is a spicy roster. But where's Snakebite in the mix, right? At the moment, he's not included in it. These are obviously rumors. Nothing's like 100% confirmed, but it sounds like we're pretty close to it based off of APG's intel, Ronnie intel, and even my personal sources. I don't know what's going to happen with PJ. I hope that he ends up on a top team. Is retirement on his mind? I don't know. Like, I think he's still a champion, right? Like, it's just kind of crazy to me to think that PJ might not be on a top team. Snakebite might not be in a top team, right? Or does he go to Envy? Does he just swap over to Envy? And then does that even make sense? Is this kind of what happened to Lethal, right? Where like Lethal's in that position where he just got top 12 with C9. Lethal's still an exceptional player, but he seems to be really enjoying the APG Maniac watch party recently. Like I can't help but feel like I see Lethal ending up over there at some point. Just how long does Lethal kind of stick around? So we're in an interesting position with Snakebite. I don't even know what to think right now, but it's kind of crazy.
Yes, but you're like crawling in a pro league is also just like
that's scary.
Weird. Like imagine
let me find it.
Imagine like
is this much change
like
normal for
UMD
Halo this
for
time? No, it's not really normal. We don't typically have a roster mania like this in the middle of the year, so you can go ahead and blame Formal, I guess, right? Like one interesting thing about like having a very dominant number one team, and something that I didn't consider because I figured the best thing that we can do for viewership and for our esport is have a very contentious year where teams are trading blows and you don't know who's going to win. Maybe Optic wins one, maybe SR wins one, maybe SSG, right? What's happened instead is you've got Optic who look incredible now. Like they won two with no signs of slowing down. It seems like they're only going to get better. SR, they still look competitive, but they've hit a wall. And will they overcome the wall? That's the question. SSG and FaZe are looking outclassed. Even though FaZe made it to grand finals, on that Sunday, excellent for them. They played well, all things considered, but they still did not hold a candle to Optic in the way that SR would. I think you'd be kidding yourself if you felt like FaZe was adequate enough competition in comparison to SR to really give, you know what I mean? Like as that continues, the gap might get wider. I don't know. So we're in an interesting circumstance where these top teams who you have high expectations for feel pressure to change in a way that they never have in any other year of Halo because this number one Optic team is looking so dominant right now. So I didn't really consider this, and I think that's good for viewership too, is we're kind of like forcing another Rostermania that didn't happen in previous years. This is the only break that we've had between significant Halo events where it makes sense to do this as well, right? We got 2 months. First week of August is the next Halo LAN. So if you're going to make a team change, a drastic one, it has to happen immediately, like right now, so they have time to practice over the next 2 months. There's going to be no time after this because once SLC hits, then we got FaZe Major. Then we got whatever the 50K Pro League. Then we got Worlds. It's just nonstop, basically, from August out.
Fuck, why am I blanking out? Lucid, Penguin, Trippy, Precision. Lucid, Penguin, Trippy, Precision.
Rumored
So that
SSG
rumor.
is, and then Eco, Stellar, Falcated, and Suppressed is rumored SSG. Precision on FaZe instead of Snakebite is what I'm hearing as the rumor. Precision, Lucid, Trippy, and Penguin on FaZe.
I'm hearing right now I'm hearing right now live in the flesh, guys. I'm hearing updates right now.
Yeah, the thing is, like, stuff is constantly in flux, right?
Why is it muted?
Well,
one more time.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hearing live rumors that this possibly could be retirement. Could be.
All sports go through this
could be
the first
retirement.
Nobody deserves anything. If they want to make a lot of money, not
That's
good
what
money, then they need
saying.
to grow
That's
the
what people are
sport.
saying.
Okay, Jake, what are you trying to say exactly, Jake? Like, I Optic and these players deserve value for their time, like everybody deserves value for their time, right? Because what you're looking at, if let's say all of these teams show up on LVT's platform and all that the promise is the 50K tournament in the end, but they're playing a ton of Halo on a regular basis, then the team that actually profits, not to like point fingers, but it's LVT is the one that's sort of like unevenly profiting, I guess, from all of the hard work from these pros if the only promise is the 50K tournament in the end, depending on how much they're playing, what's required of them, right? Fairness is the objective here. Like, we all want to grow the sport, but everybody deserves value for their time, including the pros that play in the tournaments, right? So it's about finding a fair balance. What about Snakebite APG? Snakebite retirement? He hasn't confirmed it. He's going to write things, but I heard that could be a possibility, but I don't know. I hope it doesn't happen.
You never know, guys. We never know. Never know. SSG, things were not going well, and if Precision goes to a phase, then Now that's why I go to my other scene, so you don't see my DMs if they randomly pop up when I open my Twitter. But if Precision possibly goes to FaZe, then PJ
LVT deserve support and deserve to make money. Of course, they're holding the scene on their shoulders. They deserve support. I think it's excellent that they're even attempting this. But fairness is important for everybody, right? I think that's the result here.
In place in Precision, because people are thinking that it's a straight swap, but it's potentially going to be Precision because Penguin and Precision were playing last night. You never know. Precision could be getting called up right now. Alyssa is in the chat. She's not speaking. She's being very secretive. She's usually not like this. She's posting her little secretive emotes. I think something's going down.
Who'd he say in the chat?
Can I upload this VOD? I probably won't upload the VOD, but I might give you guys a recap. Okay, I might give you guys a recap.
Let me just tell you guys, Broward's having a field day right now. Okay, don't worry. There's no way he's not on top of this.
She's not in the chat right now.
Melissa,
she'll be back, or she's in here in incognito.
Oh, Precision's fiance. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Gotcha.
There. She's there, see? Told you. That's Alyssa Leary. That is Precision's fiance.
Right.
Hey, Precision's fiance. She's always in here. She's got her little emotes, and she always knows what's going down. Always knows what's going down.
I see Nemesis Twitter. No, I can open it up.
The problem is if he doesn't go to FaZe, he would not get a worthy team. Exactly. Doesn't go to FaZe, would he get a worthy team? That is the problem with Snakebite right now. And this tweet could mean that. Apparently, a lot of people are reaching out to PJ. I'm sorry, PJ, if this stream has caused you any stress or had people reaching out to you.
Yeah.
I don't mean to do that. I'm just doing the media. That's just me. Just the media.
I mean, I think it's kind of an inevitable part of being on a notable roster and the success that PJ's found for himself, that people are reacting the way that they are, right?
PJ TJ reunion inbound. I don't think that he would want to go to C9. I definitely don't think that he's going to want to go to C9.
I think that's one thing for him to voice. Thank you for the YouTube follow. If you're Snakebite and you've won as many championships as you won, do you want to take the step backwards in your career, or do you just kind of end where, you know what I mean? That's a difficult decision to make.
Thank you. We're on the road to 2K. Thank you so much, Heartless. Thank you. Almost there. Almost at 2K. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. But do we have an ID on Stellar and Eco? Yes, Stellar and Eco are supposed to be on SSG. The players supposed to be with them are Foul and Suppressed. Okay, Foul and Suppressed are supposed to be on SSG with them. Why not? Based on your opinion of what?
Yo, this Nemesis. Oh, this?
They're quick on the content.
Y'all tip it, bro. The Nemesis Twitter is not bad. It's not as cringe as you would see like a lot of up and coming work. So, job Nemesis. You're doing a good job. Someone clip that and just send it to the guy that does the shit so we can get all doped up. Bro, is Nemesis fucking blacked out? What the fuck is talking about? Yo, this Nemesis.
That's funny. That happened like immediately.
Players can't just wake up one day, start publicizing everything, GMing, and then making decisions that then completely fuck up the entire... Like, bro, we just got second place.
Wait, hold on. Only thing I'll say is I'm not the one chilling in 8's chat shit-talking teammates on the daily. Ooh, who's he calling out? I feel like he's calling out Stellar, right? I don't know. He's calling somebody out. Right, here we go. Me and Kevin, straight from the system. Learn the lesson. Ooh, okay. SSG and FaZe rumored teams. Stellar, Eco, Suppress, Falcated, FaZe, Lucid, Penguin, Trippy, Precision. You finally got your duo? Oh, shit. Also, when you drop someone, make sure you tell him, LOL, grow some, maybe? Wait, make sure you tell him. Oh, shit. So Okay, so there's a sneaky link, I guess. Trippy and Lucid getting back together, and they're not telling Suppress that they want to duo up and maybe drop him, or I don't know. Bro. Nemesis ain't changing. I mean, this confirms everything you need to know, yeah. Top 4, here we come. Yeah, they take over, right? Everybody's there in chaos, right? Now it's Nemesis's opportunity to take over top 4. I like that. That's good content. I mean, when you put all those messages together, I think the story is pretty clear. Those teams are splitting up. They're not getting back together. When those are the kind of messages that are being sent in public chats like that, and then there's no choice. Like, what choice do you have but to kind of commentate and talk about what's going on? Because this is just pure chaos, and we're all fans of it. We want to know what's going on. Yeah.
Lucid is kind of on phase 100%.
Yeah, so something I've been hearing, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that maybe Lucid and Trippy were in talks of potentially getting him on phase before the major even took place, like before DreamHack. So imagine coming into DreamHack knowing that it's over and that regardless of how this goes, team splitting up. It's kind of a, wild. And that was something I was thinking might be a reality too, is like all these conversations that we had leading up to DreamHack. There's no way it's not weighing on their conscience. Like, were those decisions being made before the event even happened? There's no doubt that didn't affect Lucid. Lucid did not look like he was in his best state, at DreamHack. Yeah, like body language, whatever, maybe we're reading into it, but he just, didn't seem himself. And I wonder if the fact that he knew that things were going to change after the event was a big part of that.
East Coast. Do you guys want a recap?
Kaysan frustrated because they literally just got the grand finals. Kaysan from FaZe, right? And they want to make changes, right? So I can understand where he's coming from, like the chaos of it all. It's like they made progress as a team on paper, but they're not satisfied. They don't think that they can truly contest Optic, and that maybe their win versus SR was not, significant, notable enough to keep going.
Recap. It's verb. Apparently, this could mean
Get the
retirement.
popcorn.
What
out,
I'm
yeah.
hearing right now is this could mean retirement. All right. What I'm hearing is this could mean retirement.
And what I've been hearing is that might
What
be.
I'm hearing is this could mean retirement.
That might be a thought in his mind as well. And I just hope that.
This could mean retirement. What I'm hearing.
I hope it's not the case.
I'm hearing it from multiple sources. Then.
I hope it's not the case.
I'm hearing it from multiple sources as we are speaking, guys. As we are speaking. All right. No cap. No cap in my rap.
And he's not. Yeah, trust him. APG's. What he's saying ain't wrong,
right,
based on what I've heard too.
I'm hearing that from multiple sources that this could mean retirement for Snakebite.
That would be really shitty. Yeah. Something else to consider. They earlier mentioned Jimbo on Z10 might be getting swapped out with Bastos as well. I know Jimbo had sort of flirted with the idea of retirement, talked about coaching just before this season, and then ended up on Z10. He had a rough DreamHack. I'm wondering if now we might see a new member on Z10 in the EU side of things.
Which would be really sad. That
Yeah.
would be really sad. Like, all this other shit aside, I was like very sad. No, livable wage. Livable wage to me is like 3K. And the only orgs paying above that is the top 4 teams. Like,
wow.
Like Shopify, FaZe, like above that or above.
It's pretty crazy.
But Shopify, FaZe, Optic, SSG.
3K per month is what he's saying is livable wage. And he's saying that only top 4 teams are putting out more than 3K a month. 3K a month is not much, bro. Yeah. I mean, it's like if we're talking livable, it's like you're scraping by livable. Like, it's not ideal, man. Wow. So you really got to be doing other things if that's the circumstances that you're in. Teams outside the top 4, it's brutal, man. There's not enough money to go around in Halo right now, and there should be, considering how much we love this game. But yeah, it's the same kind of problem that like Formal and Optic are having in LVT. I mean, they're not getting the money they deserve too. Everybody deserves more money, but like, where's it going to come from? We need more viewers and players in the sport. That's why Ryan also has a job. It makes sense now. Ryan Noob saying he's got a kid and a job in his 30s on Gen G, and he's still beating SSG and Scrim. Something's wrong. But I'm not surprised the man's got a job.
I never said K's mad at me because he thinks that I fucking leaked the salaries. No, I just said livable wage.
No, he didn't leak any salaries. He just said
Livable wage.
what he believes is livable wage would be at least $3K a month, which I don't know. I mean, that'd be tough, but he's not saying that that's anybody's salaries.
I can't talk to you about that. If I was saying more, then there would be more uproar. But
Yeah.
livable wage.
So I think the question for Snakebite, if he is considering retirement, we have no idea. It's going to be up to him in the end of the day. No matter what, he's incredibly talented, and that hasn't changed, and he's very sought after in the community. If he wants to build a team, he has the full flexibility to do it. If he wants to get on the Envy, he's got the leverage, he's got the platform to figure things out. I'm confident people would welcome him with open arms on teams that are very competitive. Now, as far as teams that would win tournaments, his options are very limited right now. So if you're Snakebite, the question is, do you want to put yourself back in the trenches? You know, after everything that you've accomplished, is this the time to turn in and say that we've done enough and we're good here? You know, right now, what he might be thinking is that's the case, but maybe down the line, as the time goes on, he's thinking, you know, I still love this. I don't want to stop. I want to make a team. That would totally be an option for him as well. And I hope that that's the case. Either working with Envy or working with some other young guns. We got a lot of talent in the scene. He could force an incredible Rostermania.
That is just good
flex.
Halo
Thank you,
right
brother.
there. That is just damn good Halo.
My God. Welcome, Snarfy. Yeah, he could, if he wanted to, start a huge domino effect.
Livable wage.
Why? I don't know. I think he's
little
more
salary better than.
I think Snakebite, unfortunately, is the odd man out. I don't think it's discrediting his ability in any way. I think he has the ability for it. I think just when you look at the team interactions, he's kind of the odd man out in the sense that Stellar and Eco are a longtime duo, and they're linked. They're not gonna make a change there. They're sticking together. Lucid and Trippy were a longtime duo, and Lucid has gone back and said, "Bro, we got to team up again." So apparently, what I'm hearing is Trippy is bringing Lucid back on face, right? Snakebite, his longtime duo Royal 2, is in a comfortable position on SR with Frosty and with Last Shot in the Cycle. Snakebite, in this circumstance, it's not his ability. I think he's just sort of the odd man out. I think also SSG recognized whatever they were doing wasn't working. They want a new start with Eco and Stellar. So I think that's kind of what it is.
Which he does deserve.
They're definitely a unit, yeah. And whatever it is, like their mentality on how they play and their route to success, Stellar and Eco, they have something that they think works, and that what Stellar was saying, like we strayed from the system. They have a system, okay? And they made some changes that didn't mesh with what had been working in their history and their careers. You look at their teammates that they've worked with in like historically, and they've worked with some young, cracked, you know, goated, like just like they team with Renegade, they team with Penguin, they team with Shotzi, they team like the play styles of the players, and it's the play. Like, it's very different than this last SSG. Very different.
This is the way.
Sounds good, God. Anyway. I will say it is interesting, though. You know, Lucid kind of called him out. Stellar has been the most vocal about how things have been going for his team. Nobody else has kind of spoken up in the way that he has.
Was there a time before where they were giving the partner teams money?
I do think Lethal and Snakebite would be a kick-ass duo if they can realign themselves with some other young guns and build something new. That'd be really cool. Where's TJ's head at? Lethal right now just came out in top 12. He's in similar circumstances to Snakebite in a sense that like he has an incredible accomplished career, and now he's kind of back in the trenches. His last placement wasn't that great, especially by his standards. Well, from what I've seen is he's been eyeing the Maniac watch party, and if he ever did want to make a pivot at a competitive, I think he's got a good opportunity to maybe jump on Optic and get the boys back together and do the watch party with those guys. You know, like I don't know if that's something that's taunting him right now. I don't know how passionate Lethal is about continuing to compete at his best. You know, like he tends to make jokes about not liking the game. Like, where's his head at there? Is that the best decision for Snakebite? Is that a winning formula? I don't know. Would it be cool to see them together? Absolutely. But is that like a winning formula? I don't know. You know, we kind of just like making fantasy rosters that don't really have win potential.
Like he is
Lethal, Yaxon, Descendant, and Snakebite. That's a sick team. That is a sick team. You got good veteranship. You got a young duo, Yaxon, Descendant, like working
Lucid
together.
And Snakebite are off SSG. It sounds like. Phase precision is interesting. If that happens.
Yeah, this is a
and
crazy.
Having PJ be left out is interesting too. That's because I never thought I would see that happen. But he could be on Envy, but you know, it depends on if they want to give him the bread.
Mm-hmm. This is a pretty crazy turning point in Halo esports right now, where you have multiple players who were the GOATs of the era that I came from, you know, Halo. I was very invested in Halo 5 competitive. So it's just kind of crazy to see all of these players getting older now, you know, and being in this position. Like everybody's pushing 30 now, bro. And you've got these new young guns entering the game who it's not just their ability, it's the passion, the hunger that they have to compete, you know? Like Snakebite's been doing this since Halo 3, bro. He's been around for a long time.
Even on Envy. I could be bullshitting, but possibly even Envy.
I think Snakebite to Envy would be cool.
Came in the chat. She spoke. Said you better show respect. Start a team, pick up 2 youngins.
Yeah, Tatch just retired, right? Cog's been going through that.
I'm in the media now. This is where I think I need to be. No lie, this is where I think I need to be. You think Envy would pay Snakebite extra?
APG just, you know, made the transition as well.
If they want to get him, I would hope so. Like, I would really hope so.
No, I'm meant new players always come in, assuming that
because,
esport
he
continues.
Deserves it. Snakebite to the watch party? PJ would be an excellent addition to the watch party. I feel like he would be a caster, though.
I could see him
up there with Lottie.
I could see him be a caster.
And I say that respectfully. Nobody trying to say that out of disrespect. Like, I mean that respectfully. I feel like if PJ is done playing, then he would be up there on stage with Lottie.
Is that something he wants to do? I wonder. Like a desk analyst.
But like I said, I'm hearing rumblings through the grapevine that this could be retirement. This could mean retirement. They're
hungrier, Valiant. They're hungrier. That's it. Younger players are hungry.
Picking him up. That's what the grapevine is saying. This is breaking news. This is new. This tweet is from like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And J-Wobs, be respectful. Be respectful. Don't be saying that. Please be respectful when we talk about Lottie. Please be respectful when we talk about Lottie. No thirsty talk, nothing like that. Be respectful. Be respectful. That goes for anybody in here. That's that nigga's wife. You be respectful.
Formal's just gaming now, huh?
Snakebite on phase, it's possible. It's either between
him or
Precision or Snakebite.
Chat, for phase, would you choose Precision or Snakebite for phase? Wait, I don't know. Wait, what?
Said that he enjoyed Snakebite. PJ said that he enjoyed him. PJ said he enjoyed, or excuse me, Braden said he enjoyed PJ.
Hey, I love to see that. I see way more Snakebite in the chat right now.
I did say I'll give you guys a recap, so I'll give you guys a recap of everything that's happened so far. Up until this point in the day. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom once again, and I'll give you guys a recap.
Nah, you're good, Kay. You're good. I think I'd.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
I just can't even speak to it, bro.
Was the drop pod coming out? It was supposed.
That's definitely
supposed
not
to come out today, maybe tomorrow. But we recorded it yesterday.
I can't play there,
the
bro.
Drop pod's gonna come out soon. All right, be right back. I gotta take a piss.
Right. You know what? That actually is a good idea. What's going on with matchmaking? Okay. We eating content tonight.
Rumored rosters are Eco, Stellar, refill my water. So give me a few minutes. Falcated, suppressed. I'll tell you the way that rosters are Eco, Stellar, Falcated, suppressed. I'll tell you the way that it happened. Rumor is that Lucid is on phase, but was planning to go to phase probably already before the event, just by attitude, work ethic, whatever it may be.
Wow.
That's what Suppress said. Suppress said work ethic, and I'm assuming that's attitude as well.
Work ethic. So is he calling out Trippy a bit by saying that Trippy's work ethic might have slipped and Lucid's, or is it something like that? Like, had they decided behind the scene before the event, and that's maybe why Suppress is, because there's a bit of drama going on between, it seems like Trippy and Suppress from their own team, and then Stellar and Lucid as well.
I think that Lucid and possibly Snakebite are going to
recommend a
FaZe,
streamer?
and
What do you mean?
Foul and Suppressed are going to SSG. But I don't know if Snakebite is 100% going to be on FaZe. Precision could be on FaZe.
Yeah, but I think we're just going off of like body language. You finally got your duo, right? So this is like a relationship, you know? I don't know, this is interesting. Finally got your duo. Also, when you drop someone, make sure you tell them, LOL, grow some maybe. Straight to Trippy in the chat, right? Everyone knows you have a slower playstyle, which is fine, but we can't do that. Is he talking about Trippy? Pressure makes diamonds. If there's no pressure, you'll lose. Okay. Only thing I'll say is I'm not the one chilling in 8's chats, shit-talking teammates on the daily. Always been about the team. I'm actually on every time, all the time. Tell Donnie he didn't kiss a grand finals until he met me. Whew. I mean, facts, though. All I'm saying is it's not my fault. MFs can't hit a G slide on the map. He's calling out Trippy for being slow. Is that what he's saying? Yeah. Not at Tommy, by the way. He's definitely talking to Joey. Ran your pockets on SR. Remember Himothy? Damn, if you didn't have formal, you wouldn't have been top 6. Locked. Questionable word choice after that, bro. There's 2 people who moved, 2 people who weren't. It's fine. It's okay. They can enjoy being a slower paced team. Holy dramatic day. Yeah. Just calling out Trippy, basically saying that they don't keep up in the lobby, and they're going to go over to SSG and speed things up on SSG with Falcated, right? Totally different dynamic over there, I guess. We'll see how that pays off. And then I could just imagine Formal just kind of, you know, like just fucking enjoying the content, you know, make any team you want, anything. I don't care, right? Like, got my thumbnail checked. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me see. That's actually kind of cool. Do we like that, chat? That I actually kind of like that. As an alternative to what's already there. Thank you, Jay. Hold on. I'm going to switch that on YouTube real quick. Bro, I literally spent like 15 minutes just erasing a different thumbnail so that I could get my... it was just a really stupid method. There we go. TLDR, FaZe and SSG are making changes. Lucid is going over to FaZe alongside Precision, apparently. Precision, it sounds like, is being chosen over Snakebite, which is kind of crazy. Snakebite's been left out of the equation right now, so we're going to find out what happens with him. But we're looking at Trippy, Penguin, Lucid, and Precision for FaZe. And then SSG with Suppressed and Falcated and Stellar Eco sticking together. So Stellar Eco, Suppressed, Falcated. If your SSG is an org, I can't imagine. Like both the orgs, FaZe and SSG as the orgs must be kind of going through it. You know, FaZe, like they just got to grand finals. Kaysan's like, what the frick is going on, bro? Why are they changing? SSG, they're losing star power. They're losing Snakebite and Lucid. Like, Lucid going over to FaZe is kind of a wild reality for me. I don't know about you guys. Like, FaZe, you know, historically, I feel like has been seen as a villain org. Am I not wrong in saying that? And Lucid, you know, we've kind of called him like the poster boy for Halo. Kind of like you put him in the hero position on Optic. Is this his like villain arc? Is this Lucid on a villain arc? Is that what we're about to see? Is he going to change, or is he still the same guy? Like, does he get angry? Villain arc starts now. FaZe Lucid goes hard. Everything spills over on Reddit. Yeah.
This is the way.
Unit, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome.
This is the way.
Yeah, it didn't take long for us to go from leak to it's just all out in the wild, right? Like, especially once the Intel Twitters, like Ronnie got a hold of it, and then, you know, here we are, right? Surprise was Trippy replied, not worried, he'll bring the snacks. Had cameos from Legend, who said spicy, spicy. Stellar said fight. Now Formal's in the chat wanting a recap. Stellar, Suppressed, and Lucid was on phase before the event. Stellar and Suppressed said that Lucid was on phase before the event. So both Stellar and Suppressed are feeling like low-key, kind of shaded by their respective teammates. So Stellar's saying like Lucid might have shifted his focus and his head wasn't in the game by the time the DreamHack rolled around because he was ready to team with Trippy. And the same thing Suppressed is saying about Trippy the other way around. Trippy knew that, the drop was going to happen. They're going to drop Suppressed and bring Lucid over. And that's what seems to be the start of this little kind of low-key drama that happened in APG's chat. That's just drama. They just starting stuff just for... Hey, man, look, maybe they just starting shit just to start shit, but it's good content. Shyway plus Gunplexion plus Snakebite plus Mickwind. I mean, bro, I haven't thought... I couldn't imagine a better team, Monkey. You're killing it. Only realized I never hit the phone. Oh, you're good, Yuta. Don't worry about it. Been streak notifications to turn into my stream for the weekends. Let's get it. Much love, man. Much love. It's just good for Halo. Yeah, this is the reality I didn't consider, is that having a dominant team like Optic could lead to insane roster changes midway through the year, which is something we've never seen. So that, from a content perspective, is a W. And it refreshes things. Like, when we come back to watching scrims, now it's new SSG versus new FaZe and some potential rivalry between them, right? Optic versus new, high-tier competitors. Question marks for some of these younger players, newer players like Precision. Can they rise to the occasion? Precision is essentially replacing what Formal was for Optic, because that new FaZe team is basically Optic with Precision instead of Formal. That's crazy, right? It's interesting dialogue, and it refreshes the scene a little bit. And then the LVT Pro League, I think, will help with that too. Optic Gary plus Rhonda plus Kratos and L-Town. Yeah, that'll make waves. Kratos and Lucid to FaZe. Dropping your team after making grand finals is strange, to be honest. So the conversation that seems to be had here is that the decision to make a change was being had before the tournament even took place. So they just happened to play well, and they just happened to upset SR. But they already knew in their minds that the change was going to happen regardless of how well they ended up playing. So think of it like that, and then it makes more sense. If they already knew in their minds, like with all the chaos, that they were going to make changes. Assuming it's not just like fabricated intel or drama, fabricated drama for the sake of drama. I don't know, but it seems plausible. Like Lucid's body language at the event, and how he played. Just, I don't know. But in general, though, I feel like SSG, all four of those guys haven't been shining in the way that we're used to seeing them shine when they've been playing together. And maybe it's a combination of just not finding the chemistry, plus the compiling, dialogue online that is adding to the pressure that is, you know what I mean? Making them overthink. Like, when you're not playing well and the community is telling you that, and then you're just sitting there, eventually you start believing it, and overthinking. I don't know. If rumored new SSG and FaZe goes through, where does it leave Snakebite? Someone, APG, said he was playing MM with Cherish yesterday, so maybe Complexity. I'd never considered that. But he plays MM in twos with these guys. That doesn't really mean a lot. Snakebite, King J, inspired.
Thank you, Melly, with the 5. Thank you. Much love, very appreciated, as always. Thank you so much, Melly. Thank you. Much love. Very, very appreciated. If you got to get this up from Melly, please say thank you, or I'll say it for you. Okay, thank you, Melly. All right, I'll wait for the people. Since we just got a 5 bomb and a prime, I'll wait for the people. All right, I'll wait.
Sparty, Snakebite, Mental, Cherish. I can't see it happening.
I'll wait.
Please find good news for Snakebite. Unfortunately, until he speaks, I don't know. He's in the chat.
Not wait. Somebody give PJ a sub.
I'm about to head out and can't listen.
He's trying to listen to the recap.
But I watch more VOD because I watch it on my own. Wait.
But I watch more VOD because I watch it on my own. I don't expect or ask my teammates to do the same ever. Wow, hold on. I gotta give PJ.
At times, APG, I think a lot of what
Thank you for the gift to the PJ.
Infinite. Look at him.
Thank you. All right. better not be you guys that snooze my ads, because I'm giving you guys both mod back. Now,
don't retire on us.
That's understandable, PJ. You guys see what PJ just said? He says that he's got to head out soon and he can't listen, but he doesn't expect or ask his teammates to do the same. And he says he watches more VOD because he watches it on his own.
Got caught in the crossfire, but the rumor is he could be unfazed. What I'm hearing is it could be precision.
From PJ himself. You're hearing that straight from PJ. You're hearing that straight from PJ. Interesting, bro. Interesting. You guys are back from ads. You guys see PJ in the chat. You guys see PJ in the chat. You guys are done with the ads now? You guys are done with the ads. All right. All right, well. Joey in the chat. PJ and Joey, I just remodded you. I unmodded everybody when my ads got snoozed. Please do not be the people that snooze my ads, okay? Please. We'll get to the PJ tweet soon. PJ just came in here. There will probably be a new Reddit post with PJ in here, or with what PJ said in here.
I'm sure.
All right. Just please do not snooze my ads. Please do not snooze my ads. Gotta get my bread.
Keep him as a sub? I've never heard of a player being a sub on a roster.
Well, did you see what PJ said? You see what PJ said?
Not in Halo, at least.
What does Stellar mean by this? I guess he means that the only people that were doing well versus Optic were him and Kevin.
Bit of an ego play right there. Maybe at a Stellar, only people beating Optic is me and Eco.
I don't think that PJ is taking shots at Lucid. I think that PJ is literally just talking about, like, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, I understand what, like, when, like, with me in the media, I understand that a lot of the takes that I say, they might make it to like this place and this. So I know that when I talk about the VOD and everything, like, I know that a lot of people might run with it. You know what I'm saying?
I guess so, Lefty.
That's why PJ's just probably just speaking out on that, because ever since I started talking about the VOD, Lucid, like, that's a huge like topic. You know what I'm saying?
I think Snakebite would be a great addition to any roster, but I guess my question is, like, what are the vibes at this point? What's the relationship with Lucid and Snakebite? Is it I don't see why it'd be negative, but, like, I don't know. I think Precision is a fresh start for the team if they do pick up an unknown younger player that they know is talented. So I don't disagree with being interested in picking up Precision. I think Snakebite would be a good addition too. I just don't know what the dialogue is right now with PJ.
If they want to talk about it, like, it's perfectly fine. I completely understand it. If I'm in the media, if I'm saying something publicly, players can speak out publicly, do their thing if they want. Like, I'm here yapping all day. That's my job now, is to yap. So I perfectly understand it.
Media reporter.
I'm just a media reporter. I'm Stephen APG Smith. Like,
yeah, they have a fast
I'd be
approach to the game.
Everybody, like,
that wasn't reflected with the other players in SSG is what they're trying to say. I think.
Like, PJ is like the fucking real deal. They don't, like, people be disrespecting PJ. The only doing well comment, maybe giggle.
About beating Optic, where Eco and Stellar, is that what he's replying to?
You're funny, PJ. I just saw the comment too. I'm trying to find it. I just saw it. Shams. I am Shams. Just be Lottie was in here earlier too, because we had your tweet pulled up.
Rapid fire summary. FaZe and SSG
I'm telling you, bro, a lot
rosters.
of people, they're just like, the watching the game, it's different just watching and not understanding the actual play, and understanding that if a team's not doing well, then it's not just like on any one individual player.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think a big thing that we noticed when we watched the Game 5 SSG Optic matchup, that, like, that went down to the wire in the lower bracket. I think SSG hesitated on a lot of plays, right? Like, they were up heavy on Optic. Optic was kind of throwing in the first half of that SSG That Solitude Slayer. And then Lucid starts burning ammo and they start slowing the play down instead of just capitalizing on momentum in the same way that Optic did. Like, their team, the way that they played as a team and their speed as a team was not like, I don't know, it just wasn't confident the same way that Optic was playing to bring the game back. So I don't know if there's any one individual player.
All right, I got to finish the recap. All right, do you guys want me to finish the recap?
I got the. I mean, he doesn't have to do it for me.
Snakebite did make a tweet. That's the most recent update. Is this tweet right here? So that's the most recent update in all of this. So, but we'll get to that towards the end. You guys had ads, so I'm waiting. I'm waiting in between the ads because I really do appreciate you guys watching the ads. Just first and foremost, mods, please do not snooze the ads. Again, do not snooze the ads. It fucks up the schedule.
Throw some ads up in here, huh?
I will wait when you guys have ads.
We just got
really
like
appreciate
3 minutes an hour, bro.
Sticking in here with me.
I ain't capitalizing.
Thank you guys for supporting. No, Kay, don't. I literally, Kay, they were off for like 4 fucking hours, bro. That's why that shit pissed me off. I didn't know how to fucking do that until you told me how to do that. I was manually having to do that. That's why that shit got me tight. I did not know that.
How do you even manually? I've never even tried throwing an ad.
You can't snooze it for just randoms. If you snooze it for any like one person, it's for everybody. Somebody just give Donnie a sub. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. That way Donnie can have it. But don't no snoozing ads because if you snooze it for one person, then snooze it for everybody.
It says I recently ran an ad. Must wait.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all watching. All right. So Shyway's watching. I think he just went live a little bit ago. I'll give you guys a new update or recap. Excuse me. So, Braden was in here, and he also said, it's not in here, but it's in one of these threads. Like here. I'll get to this, but I got to pull that up just in case. I don't know why Reddit's being all weird like that. All right, yeah, okay. I have to have certain threads pulled up. Okay, so again, I'll go back to this. So we were doing a little Q&A with Braden, okay? The ads play like, they play every, like, I don't even know, but they play, don't worry.
Highest damage, highest kills per
but
game.
I appreciate y'all for watching them, for real. Again,
in the whole tournament.
Content creator.
Precision.
It's streams like this that help me keep going and want me to keep doing it. So you guys being in here the entire time, I appreciate the love. I can't say it enough, bro. I know it sounds like a broken record, but I really do appreciate you guys like watching the ads, waiting through them, everything. I know they're annoying. I know that it's not enjoyable to watch, but again, I do got bills to pay, just like anybody else, and that's the reason why I do have the ads on. If I could support my bills without ads on Twitch, like I would do it, bro. I would turn them off, bro. But it's just the way things are. I apologize. If I could, that's just.
I mean, welcome to Twitch streaming. Is we repeat ourselves a lot, right? So it's kind of hard to have one.
I'll start with and if you guys want ads, because they come on frequently, just tell me and I'll stop. I'll do a little intermission. I'll talk about something random, and then I'll wait for you guys to be finished off the
chat.
ads.
Watch ads. So shall we? What did you say?
So again, Braden was
Pay
in
my
here. He
child
said,
insurance.
I think some people have been on Face since before the event. He was talking about Tommy. So he's speaking about Tommy. I was asking him about the series of Optic versus SSG, seeing if maybe they found some sort of success in that series. Do they want to sit together and maybe build off of it going forward into the next 2 months before the SLC event? He said the only people beating Optic is me and Eco. I was surprised when he said that.
Yeah.
But he said that because we're like
that's a bold move at a stellar.
Thank you, Snoopy, for the gift.
At what point do you like create more enemies if you sound a little bit too, you know what I mean? Like, but he's confident. You gotta respect it.
Saying that's false. Are you talking about what Braden was saying?
But apparently, Suppressed and Foul are jumping over, and they seem to want to team with them.
So he said that, and then, but then again, we were talking like we did a little mini Q&A. I have to go back in my VOD because while we were doing it, I was on this screen and the chat was over here, so I have to have like the chat.
For the record, it is about like team dynamic and chemistry, but the best teams have the talent and the team dynamic and chemistry. So you need it all. You do have to have the talent. You have to have everything. You know what I mean? Like when you look at Optic, you have to have everything, man.
That way, I said
like delusional confidence.
Delusional
confidence.
On phase before the event, and the only explanation or the only person that can come to mind is Lucid, excuse me. The only person that Lucid or Stellar's talking about is Lucid, and I'm sure you guys would agree with that. So,
yeah, he said Stellar something about the team not being working hard enough. Karma, Renegade, yeah,
work ethic, and now he's speaking about Lucid, who historically is one of the people that
work the hardest.
What's going on, Selena? What's popping, homegirl? Historically, one of the people that is the hardest workers. I say Tommy's tips and tricks. He's always getting on early. And when I say these types of things about Tommy, I'm not saying them in a bad manner, but he's getting on early.
Thank you, Metro.
They start in like 25 seconds. I'll do it. Mandos, you says you're a mod too.
Top 10 in individual skill. Sure, Metro.
Or you want more ads. So the ads start soon. When the ads start,
not this year in terms of placement, though. That's for sure.
But again, oh fuck! What did I just lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Fuck! I'll wait.
Snakebite wasn't top 25 in any category this tournament.
Thank you. Much love, very appreciated.
It's a good year for the viewers. A rough roller coaster for a lot of the players, with not a lot of money to go around. But it's a good year for the viewers who are just onlookers. Fly on the wall, you know,
bro.
Damn, bro, we popping off.
10 bomb. Thank you. Much love, very.
Get some hype in the APG chat.
Thank you. Very appreciated. Very appreciated. Wait, thank you so much, Fluffy. You got.
I mean, SSG as a team overall underperformed, Dev, so it's not really that surprising. If you're placing in top 8, then you're automatically going to have lower, performance numbers just by default of placing in top 8.
I'll wait for the ads.
Carbo is subs. Thank you, brother.
Halo right there. That is just
damn good Halo. 5 gifted. I appreciate you, man. Glaucoma, Sholo, Brad, Fresh Socks, and Fiction. Welcome, guys.
From what I was saying. So I have a lot of ads, bro.
At times, APG, I think a lot of what he does.
I have a new update. I love a new update.
Look at him. It's underrated.
Mini update. Yo, but again, Fluffy, you're the fucking GOAT, bro. You are the fucking GOAT.
Carmen.
Much love, very appreciated. If you got to get this up from Fluffy, fucking say thank you, or I'm going to say it for you. Fluffy, thank you so much. Fucking 229 in the channel. You are the fucking GOAT, bro. Thank you so much for supporting not only me, but the BTH community.
Damn.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. I wonder. I don't even know. I think my merch drop is closed now. But I gotta tell Haley and Jay Baca and them thank you so much for the merch drop. But I'm gonna wait for the ads, guys, and then we'll be saying what I'm talking about. And I'll go back on what I was saying because I was speaking about
Druck, assuming you already know kind of the gist of what's going on Twitter and the team changes, not too much more than that, right? Like FaZe, SSG swapping players, and Snakebite we're contemplating might be considering retirement. I don't know.
But he was talking about
unfortunate.
FaZe.
Hopefully he continues playing.
He was talking about his own team, so I'm waiting to say that after the ads.
Yeah, so
PJ's been in here. PJ's been typing.
We're looking at FaZe with Lucid and Precision alongside Trippy and Penguin, and then SSG with Falcated and Suppressed with Ego Stellar, and a little bit of drama in the chat to confirm it. Basically, like Suppressed kind of going at Trippy, a little back and forth, and then Lucid and Stellar with a bit of a back and forth. Snakebite kind of on the outside here, saying he's going to reserve his statement for when he's ready on Twitter. But what APG is speculating, and what I've heard, is that he might be considering retirement, which hopefully is not the case. He could form an incredible team if he wants to, and he could shake up. He could start an insane domino effect. So I hope he sticks around.
But PJ's latest comment? No, did he comment again?
It's gonna be hard to. I can understand his circumstances. At least from my position, like I'm sure nobody could truly understand what he's going through. Nori, thank you for the biddies, bro. Let's go, man. I appreciate you. What do we hear straight from it, PJ? Is that he's gonna talk himself. Give him some time. He made a tweet. He said, hold on. Obviously, everyone's hearing a bunch of rumors, etc., and have been reaching out, taking some time to sort things on my end. Pretty soon, I'll be in touch on everything. So, got a whole bunch of things to say. So, when the time's right, I'll set the record straight. So, we got to kind of wait and see what he's going to say. But there is speculation on where he's standing.
All right, so let me go back and
I just hope he still has that fire in him. And
let me go find.
But if you're a champion like he is, having to take a step backwards and be on a lower tier team.
I don't see
it's a difficult position to be in.
Was it after I said ads and I'll wait, or after I typed and said I'll wait for the ads? I mean,
seeing a similar sort of thing with Lethal, right? Like very accomplished Halo champion.
Thank you so much for the tier 1.
Back in the trenches a little bit, placing top 12.
As always, thank you. What I miss, you guys. Fluffy, thank you so much for the gifted to Verb. Thank you. Much love, very appreciated. As always, bro, you guys are fucking insane. Thank you so much.
Sure, Gut. I think at the same time, Stellar and Eco have won a ton of Halo, and they also have a playstyle that dominated 2024. The way that they play with Bound and Legend, that style of play is what they're trying to emulate with any other teammates that they have, essentially. Good luck. It's going to be tough because Legend and Bound are kind of one of a kind. Thank you, Callie.
Salty takes over one. Did you say?
But
wait,
it just wasn't created with the current.
Okay,
SSG.
so it happened. I think. Did you say something else right
Their
before?
formula
So I don't know
didn't,
what some
go
of these
through,
salty takes are for, PJ. Did PJ say something before that? Or how do I look at? Fucking. How do I look at?
Don't expect anybody from Nemesis to jump over from Europe. I think it's just too expensive to like justify. And there's enough talent in NA for things to shake up. Currently, it makes more sense, you know? Even though a player like Woodham is very talented. It sounds like Z10 might be making a change, though. Jimbo might be swapping out with Bastos on Z10 for Europe.
I think, like, when you typed it, is when Fluffy gifted the 10, and, it cut it off.
APG's chat, SSG wasn't even a team this year, and judging by all the shots fired by other members, it makes sense. Wasn't even a team this year. Like, they didn't work from the get-go, and the vibes, I guess, were shot, and it just kind of, you know, it was a downward trend, you know? And I think the community confirmed it and aided in that spiral as well when we all started talking about it. Yeah, so apparently conversations were being had about Lucid moving to FaZe before DreamHack even took place. John, thank you for the YouTube follow. And I feel like you could see it in Lucid's mannerisms. And, you know, even though FaZe played really well, it sounds like even Trippy had kind of decided that he wanted to work with Lucid. And that happened behind Suppress's back is what we're hearing in the chat. I don't know.
I wouldn't have been able to see it without that. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, the body language from Lucid wasn't, you know, he didn't seem like he was vibing in that event in the same way that we've seen him in the past. I think what these teams need is a balance of veteranship and young guns, not just because of, like, it's just the way that the dynamic works in leadership. Like, Eco can be the leader of that roster, and his ideology will be more supported by players who have a little bit less experience, but have a lot of potential and a lot of hunger to win. And the same thing goes for other rosters. Like Lucid, in the way that he sees the game, if he's working with other teammates, maybe that formula will make more sense and lead to a win for them, you know?
I'm sorry.
Versus like three vets getting together who are all very intelligent and have a different kind of play style and theory on what's best, an approach to practice, an approach to, you know, their discipline, improvement and whatnot. Surprise precision with Eco Stellar. I mean, that'd be pretty deadly too.
Might not be perfect, but
are any of these teams going to beat Optic?
I'm just trying to get it.
Or SR? Maybe SR, because SR got beat by FaZe. I don't know. Is Optic just kind of
one domino
snowballing to success at this rate? I don't know.
Is it what I'm thinking, Curd?
There were zero justice.
There is a domino that people aren't expecting. There's one thing that I haven't talked about, bro. There's one thing I have not talked about that that is going to shock the fucking world.
SR hit a wall is what it seems like, but I think they can climb over it.
It's like something that it's not. It's some shit that you guys aren't expecting. All right.
What we got?
All right, now I might give a little leak. We'll see. Might give a little leak. We'll see. Nah, no SR change. No SR change, Ronnie. No SR change. I'm gonna let you guys know that right now. No SR changes happening. And Fluffy again, thank you. Evil, thank you so much. Fluffy again, thank you for the 10 bomb frozen. Thank you. Thank you guys. We're at 1988, bro. I'm about to change that shit on the screen, bro. Almost at 2K. Thank you guys so fucking much. If you guys have been in the stream, you know my goal is 2K. I'm just.
It's a good time to give subs over here too. Just saying, he's currently talking about subs. You know, if you want to go ahead and.
You guys literally influenced me to.
I do appreciate all you guys, regardless.
Keep doing.
Trying to hit 17 hundo over here. Just saying. We are actually 30 followers away from 23,000 on Twitch. If you're hanging out on Twitch, we need about 30 followers to get to 23,000. And we're about 30 subs away on YouTube from 64,200. Just saying. Just putting it out there while we wait for the hot goss.
Wow.
I think OG only get better from here. Oh, yeah, for sure. And they're watching this, you know, enjoying it probably, too, watching all these mix-ups. A little bit more motivation to keep slamming whatever comes their way, right? Zach in the YouTube. Love to see you, brother. Let's go. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Metro, Danny, Gerald, Revs. There it is.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just
damn good Halo.
My God.
I got to milk you guys, okay? value for my time. I'm an expensive man. I don't know, bro. It sounds so lame when I say it like that.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo.
I appreciate y'all. It does honestly mean a lot to be, supported. But at the same time, I'm just kind of chilling.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. My God.
Thank you, Zach.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. My God.
Lucid to SSG? Yeah, he's going, what? To FaZe, you mean, right?
All right. Sorry.
He's going to SSG from SSG.
While
Mighty, thank you for the follow.
Remember, while this is happening.
Hey, Levity, no, none of that, bro. None of that, bro.
There's
please.
shit that's going on, and it's coming in.
Milkway is already a person, actually.
It's just a lot of shit's happening. A lot of shit is happening. And Beamer, it was fire. The Zushi was fire. I wish it was. I need to put it like in a hash roll. I feel like when I smoke normal joints, it's not the same. I need hash with it too. But there's a lot of stuff happening.
This is the way.
Did you get the new roster intel texted to you? I get a lot of stuff texted to me while this is happening because it's either me getting corrected or me getting told something new. So there's a lot of stuff happening. Trying to think. I'm getting told that there's even more stuff happening, but I can't even talk about it or allude to it.
Bro.
But
apparently the decision was made before DreamHack last year.
I think it's what Kurd was talking about. If you guys don't know, Kurd is Druck RN, Druck real nigga. So
Kurd?
The domino he's talking about. Now we have only been talking about.
I don't see TSM changing.
The 2 or 3 teams that might be involved. We've only been talking about FaZe, SSG, and Envy possibly. Now
Is he saying TSM's gonna change? No way.
Because if you think about the call that we had with Kaysan, I did stop in the middle of the recap because new stuff is happening. We'll go back to the recap and I'll start from before.
This is the way.
I'll start from the beginning.
Thank you, welcome.
But we've just been talking about SSG, FaZe, Envy. When we were speaking to Kaysan, he was only mentioning speaking to the SSG CEO. He did not mention speaking to Dean. I know you in here, Dean. What's good? He didn't mention speaking to Dean or Hastro, which he could be, but he only mentioned that he's speaking to Sean from SSG, and Unit Sean is the CEO
of SSG.
Okay, if anybody didn't know, Unit Sean is the CEO
Kaysan,
of SSG. Avid viewer in the stream. Shout out to Unit Sean
moving
as well.
Tommy over to FaZe.
Much love to you and Sean. He showed some love on my Optic announcement. Appreciate you.
Swapping players.
So we've only been speaking about these teams. Envy could be in the mix because we have been saying that Precision possibly could be on FaZe in place of Snakebite. Could be Zane, Trippy, Lucid, the Optic roster from last year, 3/4 of the Optic roster from last year, minus Formal, possibly plus Precision or plus Snakebite. I think it's right now. I think it's up in the air, either or. And I think that's what probably PJ is waiting on, is to see what's going to actually happen. Nothing is solidified, though. Nothing is solidified within the organizations because Kaysan did come on and say it. Big shout out to Kaysan, bro. Big fucking shout out to Kaysan. Honestly, turned the stream up to another level. So shout out to Kaysan. He did say that nothing is set in stone. The organizations are still talking behind the scenes. They're still waiting to see if things can get actually done. So we'll see. Yeah. Dean Kaysan called in. We had an exclusive behind the scenes
Trippy,
phone
Lucid,
call with
Penguin,
Kaysan.
Snakebite wouldn't work.
He told me he
Why
wanted to talk
wouldn't
to
it
me in
work?
Discord. It was about like a 10-15 minute conversation.
Chat, would that work?
Dope conversation. Gave his insight on
Trippy,
being
Lucid, Penguin, Snakebite.
An org owner in the scene, how things go down, the proper channels that he believes people should go through, which he was correct. The channels that people should go through before they go and even speak to the player and talk to.
We got some hard no's and some hard yeses.
Team, just making sure that
nobody even knows
actual
anything.
Deal can go through.
We can't decide. Team too slow? I guess the one thing I like about Precision is just the unknown variable, man. We know he's nasty. He's been looking real good on Envy. He's hungry for an opportunity. There's an unknown variable. And there's a refresh. There's a feeling of a refresh feeling that comes from having a new player in the mix. That's what makes it exciting.
Really? Are you sure? Wow. All right.
Something
guys.
crazy
All
just
right,
happened. Hold on.
Bro, I might have to take a little moment and get this sound in the stream deck because we have another live update. All right, another live update. All right.
Trippy's live?
All right.
I could add him to the, or I'm going on all just tabs at this point. Oh shit, chat. Another live update, ESPN APG.
Dude, all right, hold on. Before I say this, I gotta make sure that it's
Trippy's just trying to play
okay.
matchmaking, bro. He's just trying to chill. We're gonna attack
right,
him with questions.
Now, ads. All right, I'll wait till after the ads. Waiting till after the ads. Waiting till after the ads.
We gotta
waiting
wait.
till after the ads.
Sub, gift, or cheer to level up the hype train, chat. We're on level 1 at 0%. Love to see it.
I got you guys. I'm waiting.
Baby,
I'm waiting,
come on.
I'm waiting. But if you guys don't know, if you have Amazon account or if
Don't
have
you go
Amazon
bother
Prime,
Trippy.
and you
Come
connect
on.
your Amazon account to your Twitch account, you have one free subscription to your favorite streamers, which is either Nick
says
or I.
Intel stream.
They
What do you
only
mean?
work in our streams, so just to let you guys know if you have Amazon Prime. But yeah, I'll talk about Kaysan was in here. I'll talk about other stuff before we get down to stuff that I might have just found out.
I'm not gonna lie, guys.
So-
I don't even know how to run the ad. You want to help me run an ad on my own channel? It says right
What I
here,
am finding out, and I'll say
60
this
second
multiple
ad
times,
that I can't.
is
I just ran one
that
apparently. You recently ran an ad. I
there
must wait.
could be some movement
to run
starting
another.
down here. Some movement starting down here.
I think I have to change my ad parameters, bro. There's
Some
movements
movement might be
happening.
starting down here.
Top 6 and below. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Some
More
shit might be starting.
more dominoes.
I'm not gonna say
falling.
what.
I could see
All right,
Omit
I'm not gonna say
changing.
what.
I could see Cloud9 making.
can't
I could
tell
see any
you.
of these teams making
I can't
changes.
tell you. I'm not capping, bro. This
I don't see
ain't-
TSM
this
making a
ain't
change,
cap.
though. I don't know.
It's nothing in the stream is a cap. All right. This stream has been too
Auto runs ads
fruitful
3 minutes an
for
hour
the
is what
public,
it's set
for
to right
anybody
now.
to call me cap. All right.
I could do that. I mean, I could do that.
The music is gonna
Maybe?
hurt my ad revenue.
Maybe I have to be a trash talker now, dude. Maybe I just have to be a trash talker.
That's right. You tell him, Trippy.
Can you guys see me being a trash talker? I want you to be honest. Like, don't lie to me.
I think he's too vibey. He's too nice.
Like, would you guys could you actually see me being a trash talker?
Maybe that's what it takes. Maybe the personality's got to change a little bit. Like Lucid and Trippy, the nice guys, bro. What happens to the nice guys? Nice guys, they finish last, man. Apparently. Chat, am I a trash talker? You got to be like Bound and Renegade. You got to be like unhinged and unpredictable, bro.
I'm being told some things that have like some team changes that tried to go through
Faye's got to get on a villain arc.
Arlington. Okay. Some things that you guys might not even be expecting. I Lenda, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you. Much love. Very appreciated. As always. Thank you. Very, very appreciated.
Nah, they're actually pretty chill.
Listen, I'm sorry.
But
there's a lot of stuff that's been
internally,
going on
though,
today.
there's
I apologize that
like
I
a
haven't.
fire ego.
I'll give you guys a little recap in the moment. All right. There's just a lot of stuff that's happening while I'm trying to talk about the recap, and it's happening in real time. Just a lot of stuff going on.
We need the Jeopardy music. Dun 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 dun. Who will it be on the new roster? Who's changing next? Find out, chat. Wait for the music to end.
Got any cheeses left? No, dude. I need to go buy some different flavors, honestly. Yeah, you're gonna see me like next. Next.
All right, we're talking about cheeses.
Hold
No
on,
intel
guys.
here. Formal's
A lot of stuff
bodying
going on.
people.
No, ads are done. 100 gifted. All right, I'm just trying to get 12 gifted, to be honest.
You need
If you
a
give me 12
snipe
gifted,
down watch
I'll
party
be
instead.
happy.
How about that?
100
Snipe
gifted
down
if you
watch
think.
party.
I mean, I think we did get 100 gifted from Raph. Shout out to Raph. Big shout out to Raph. Is it Raffy? Omit Raffy. I'm just gonna call him Raffy. I don't know why I'm saying Raph. I'm not milking you for you can't say I'm milking you with how much I've been giving you today. If I have to take 30 seconds, if I have to take 30 seconds to reply and just
Come on, the
make sure I'm
irony.
doing
The
things
irony of
correctly.
this is actually kind of fucking funny, though. This like not even in being able to like explain whether or not the milking is happening right now is just kind of funny. I'm not, anyway. Like I'm arguing that you're not milking while milking is pretty funny.
Okay. All right. Where do I start? All right. So,
look, man, this is all love. It's all love for APG. I'm just saying.
I might have to start at the beginning.
I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing.
Go back.
Unintentionally funny.
And just go through everything. All right.
Okay.
So, let me plug my shit in.
From the top.
Boom.
Let's take it from the top. I mean, I'm with this, man. This is my content too. Because if it was me, I'd probably I would just spill the details, and then it would be boring. You guys would be in and out in 30 minutes, and then nobody make any profit. So
sounds like a lot of people.
Clearly, I got no strategy.
Are new. I'd like to do little periodic recaps. All right, so I'm going to
new SSG, new phase.
Start the recap with the pauses and breaks. Snoopy, I'm literally pausing because I'm trying to wait for ads. Like, what do you want me to do, bro?
I'm gonna get some water.
If you I don't understand why you guys get so upset at me when I'm trying to do my best. Like, I feel like that is just so inconsiderate. Respectfully, bro. Respectfully, when I'm trying to wait for the people that support me and watch the stream, and you're telling me that I'm doing something wrong and I'm milking and doing all these breaks, bro. I'm doing this as a courtesy to the community. To say that I'm not trying to actually be polite or trying to be courteous by waiting for you guys to watch the ads, because if you guys are going to be in here watching for ads for this long, I can do you guys the common courtesy to just to wait. Oh, I can wait, bro. Just that I don't understand. Like, if that's the case, then everybody has to sub. If that's the case, then gift fucking all the subs for everybody that is watching ads.
He's got a point.
Like I've been live for almost 8 hours, giving you guys real time updates, bro. To try and trip on it, bro. This is a sub saying this, bro. This is a sub saying this. To trip on that saying that I'm trying to milk and all this stuff and breaks and pauses is insane. Supreme, I'm not milking. I'm literally trying to talk to people, get you guys more information, and make sure my information is correct, because I actually have new stuff to say, new team changes that try to go down, like stuff that you guys don't know. So I'm trying to get the information before I say it, and I also just wait for the ads to be done.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Like, please, y'all can wait, bro. Y'all can wait just for a few minutes. Like,
fighting with the chat,
so please,
will
just
never
be respectful, bro.
This is the way.
Be respectful. That's all I'm saying.
How do I say that?
If that's the case, if you guys,
thank you, bro.
If you guys have a problem with me waiting, then just gift everybody subs. But I'm not even asking for that. I'm just being. I could just say 5 bomb.
Milk is,
which I do like to say sometimes.
Homogenated.
But
3.5%.
right now, I'm just being respectful and asking you guys to just wait for the ads.
Thick.
All right.
Just saying.
Alpha, thank you so much for the tier 1, homie. Thank you. Much love, very appreciated, as always.
Hey guys, be nice. Please be respectful. Please. Oh,
I'm just saying. I'm saying in a respectful way.
Yes.
Like, I appreciate you guys being here. There's hella niggas in here. I
can't
appreciate you guys for waiting for the ads, watching them, being in here with me, chilling the entire day. Okay, I do appreciate it. Again, if you guys don't like the ads, if you have Amazon Prime, connect your Amazon account to your
come on, Luco.
Your Twitch account. You have 1 free subscription to your favorite streamers, which are Nick and Rye, Maniac Rye. So just so you guys know. Now, going back to the start. So there's a lot of people in here that are new. Now, I have been doing something that's like just a little periodic recap. Where I just basically go through everything that's happened throughout the day. That way, if you come in, it's in the middle of me talking about something, then you will be informed on what's been going on.
Guys, this is weird. I don't want my broadcast to be like the nitpick. And I'll go up this guy's. We're not nitpicking his stream in my cast.
I've heard it's just about a team change that possibly.
Maybe I'm allowing
tried
this
to
too
go
much.
down, or not possibly, but a team change that.
I want to hear what he has to say. I just don't know how to. Anyway,
but did not go through. That
let's just try to keep it civil. You know what I'm saying?
That a lot of people do not know.
I'm not trying to facilitate this,
which is what I was figuring out recently. Is that a team change tried to go down after Arlington that involved FaZe and possibly SSG. Okay, so
now Ronnie's intel is.
So we started the stream off today.
It's accurate.
We're talking about the rumor. I better yet, I'll go back to last night, and I'll try and go straight through. I'll try not to stop. or anything like that. So if I ignore anything in the chat, I apologize. I'm just trying to go through the recap because I think that a lot of people would
Before we get the new info?
Okay. Usually I say press 1 if you guys want the recap. But
I'm not sure how long
assuming
it'll
that there's
take
a lot
for
of
FaZe
niggas
to
in here
announce the change, but obviously the decisions are being made like ASAP because there's not a lot of time until this LVT Pro League and until the scrim's got to start back up again to build chemistry. So it could take a while for the orgs to confirm it, but the players could start playing together immediately.
I'm hearing whispers through the grapevine already.
So Matt said this on stream yesterday, or excuse me, last night. Braden Seller from SSG went private last night.
Posts are
which is
protected.
that was shocking because we had never usually seen a professional player go private. So I went live, started just doing more research, trying to find out what was exactly.
Can I just report the team change? Yeah, coach, guys, I mean, we keep repeating ourselves, but SSG is supposedly with Falcated, Suppressed, Eco Stellar, and then FaZe is Trippy, Lucid, Penguin, and Precision. Nothing's confirmed, and there's speculation on whether or not Snakebite is going to be on FaZe instead of Precision, or the other way around, or whatever, or if he's going to continue his career. That's what we know so far. That's it.
For about maybe
There's
a
been
couple hours,
drama
not long at all,
and
maybe just an hour.
some words exchanged
And
between the
then
players
I
on
go
the
live
teams
this
that
morning,
confirm that they
and
are
then
splitting.
I'm basically just
Trippy and
talking
Suppressed were
about,
kind of going at it. Stellar and
FaZe,
Lucid a little bit.
SSG, talking about why those teams might want to make a team
APG
change.
is hinting
FaZe
that more
got
teams are
second
changing
at the
now,
event,
but he hasn't said what. More teams outside the top four in Envy.
Thank you. Now, so FaZe, they got second at the event, but they did not do well in the finals against Optic.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And I think the question, it could start a domino effect. So what APG's been alluding to is that maybe their dominoes are falling, right?
Do they want to try and get some more firepower so they can compete better with Optic, which is their ultimate goal, their ultimate goal is to win. So they need to try and do their
SSG
most to try and compete with them.
SSG
It's not
Falcon.
just about getting second. It's about making sure you can compete with the first place team, take series off them, take games off them, etc., etc. So, we were asking also if you're
SSG getting the plus side. Really, it's all speculation.
Do you
from your perspective, you know,
make because you didn't do well at the event outside of that series versus Optic, but that series versus Optic was the last series that they played at the event. So is that enough for them to maybe want to stick together, build off of that, try and get better practice, see what they did right in that series because they were playing exceptional in that series compared to their other series against Envy or Complexity. So.
Get Drug back here? I mean, it's up to him where he goes.
That Stellar came in the chat.
Does he have intel?
Q&A.
I don't know.
So there are some
if he does,
things
I'd love to hear.
We talked about that aren't on Reddit.
Yeah,
so
a lot of big pros in
a lot of
APG's
things
chat
we
right
did
now.
talk about aren't on Reddit. So
Snakebite came by too.
We were talking about FaZe possibly getting a player from SSG, and he says, I think some people have been on FaZe since before the event, and he's alluding to Lucid possibly being on SSG before Lucid. Excuse me, I can't even speak.
Conversations
Lucid
were being had about the team
being
changes
on
before
FaZe
DreamHack.
Before the DreamHack event. And he also said, and this is me asking him about the Optic series.
Damn!
What went right for
Hold on a second. This is in the chat. Hines, Lucid in the chat, Collect in the chat, Sab, Snakebite apparently chilling, Trippy, we got some casters in here.
And again,
LVT Halo. Is this all in the chat right now? Or is this just who the mods and the viewers are?
Either it's going to be Lucid.
Yeah, I mean, whether they're lurking and actually watching or what.
The old team of 3 from Optic minus Formal plus either Precision or Snakebite. I think it's either between those two players, but nothing is set in stone yet.
Cool.
And so I asked him, why does he think that that
may or may not be watching, but in the chat.
Why does he think that
got the stream on a PC?
Why does he think that Lucy or Tommy was on the FaZe roster before the event? He's basically was just saying,
I got your sheet.
Just attitude and essentially that. But then Donnie was talking about
Trippy,
the FaZe team and was saying that the work ethic on the FaZe roster, the old FaZe roster wasn't good. That's what Donnie was talking about. I thought Donnie was talking about SSG when he was saying that in the stream, but Donnie even clarified. He said, I was talking about the other two people on FaZe that didn't have a good work ethic. So he was talking about Zane and Joey. which is something new. That's why I want to clarify. Is that
Zane and Joey.
That.
He's saying he's talking about Penguin and Joey apparently not having the work ethic and already were in talks to swap with Lucid.
Thank you much love. Very appreciated. I'm trying to thank you so much
before DreamHack.
And Protomatic.
So vibes were felt from Stellar on SSG and from Suppressed on FaZe that the changes were going down before DreamHack even took place, which kind of affected their practice and maybe mentality coming into DreamHack.
The
basically.
recap that we're at
well, Suppressed was in the chat calling out Trippy a little bit earlier, Nick.
Talking about FaZe's work ethic. Bookmark.
Yeah. All right, Brent.
All right, just remembering that we're talking about Donnie, or we're at Donnie talking about FaZe's work ethic, and I'm assuming he's talking about.
We'll never get what they're looking for without Bound and Legend. I mean, they accomplished it with Renegade with Penguin, so they've accomplished it with other players before, but Bound and Legend, I mean,
saying that
the most dominant version of their formula for sure.
Because right now the rumor is supposed to be Foul, Suppressed, Eco, Stellar. I think that is what they are trying to do. Nothing is set in stone yet because we'll talk about the Kaysan call in a bit. But if you guys have the ads, I'll wait. No problem. I know it's not enjoyable. I know.
So a big dialogue that Suppress was kind of going at Trippy for was the fact that his team plays, like half his team was playing slow. I think he was like calling out Penguin and Trippy and saying that like Suppress is like a faster style of player and that maybe that's why they might align themselves better with the SSG players, Eco and Stellar, wanting to play a fast version of Halo. And then Lucid, in his approach to the game, is a little bit more methodical and setup heavy and like a slower paced style of play, which is good in like more even matchups, but it doesn't lead to. I think the thing with the current meta being very fast paced is you either snowball a team or get snowballed in return versus, the way that Optic played last year was a little bit different. It was very consistent, but it didn't win tournaments. With Trippy, Lucid, and Penguin all kind of on the same page of that slower paced playstyle, that might lend to a very effective chemistry in that roster. I don't know if Precision will fit in well with that formula or what, but maybe we just have two different teams with different methodologies on like the correct way to play. Currently, the fast style of play is what's winning tournaments, but that doesn't mean that Lucid can't find a winning formula with the teammates who agree with him, if that makes sense.
My content creator bag. All right, you guys out of the ads. You guys out.
You don't have to stay.
You guys out. If you're out, I will continue. You guys are out, I continue. All right, you guys are out.
Sparty and APG chat. Cool.
Now, all right, it's done. Okay, so we're gonna go back to what we were saying.
Those guys can 1v1.
Bookmark was at Donnie talking about FaZe's work ethic. So that's why I had to clarify that. I thought that when I was asking Braden, why does he think that some people have been in FaZe since before the event, I thought Donnie was replying to my question, and saying that it was because of work ethic and just basically attitude. But I think that Donnie was replying to somebody in the chat asking, why are you not on FaZe? Or why does he think he got let go from FaZe? And he was replying and saying that it was the other two people on his team, not including Foul, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming. Not including Foul in this, but saying that the work ethic between Zane and Joey was not good. And that was a problem and that they just didn't see eye to eye in that. So that's something else to take into consideration is that they must have had some problems behind the scenes. Just didn't seem like they all were trying to go hard for each other. You know what I'm saying? Didn't seem like they were trying to go to war. But that's just my assumption, judging off what Donnie's saying. So that was
I hear you, Hardy.
That was the beginning. Asked a couple other questions to Braden.
Big new details
in the chat. There was like I said, other questions and stuff like that. Not too much other stuff, but Braden was answering a lot of stuff from people in the chat, not necessarily just from me. But there was other questions that I don't think that people on Reddit posted, but they got majority of it, the most important things. So I asked him,
how is Formula Baby?
So this is his response to this question. So I asked him, with you guys, that four, and you guys coming from three different successful camps, Lucid on Optic, winning camp, a different play style, PJ on FaZe, different camp, winning play style, and Eco and Stellar, different camp, winning play style, the most recent winning camp. And so I asked him, did you guys have a conversation to try and buy into a different type of play style or a different system, or are you willing to try and adjust your gameplay and take a backseat or whatever you want to call it, and try and buy into somebody else's system and somebody else's ideologies of how to play the game. And Braden said this as his response. He said, me and Kevin strayed away from the system, learned the lesson. So sounds like he's talking about Lucid in here. Now, this is where I think I had to get the thread up. Now, he said this. I did not see this at first. So he said in the chat, he said he loves Snakebite. So he did say that. He said he loves Snakebite. And so I'm assuming that he was talking about Lucid when he says that. That's just my assumption. So then you have the Ronnie Intel tweets with everything basically getting out there.
Stellar Lucid seem to have a fundamentally different ideology on the correct way to play the game, and Stellar, I guess, and Eco tried to change to accommodate Snakebite and Lucid, and it wasn't working, and they were clashing. It's clear that they're clashing with each other. They had to make a change.
Tell me everything that was said, like word for word. That's basically what he came in the chat and said. He said, tell me everything that was said word for word. I think
they did, but it's not happening anymore. Internet. That's the last matchup they'll be playing.
On, you just see more threads being made with more
too far gone now
screenshots and whatnot. So Tommy comes in. He asks what was said. I give him the update on what Braden said in the chat. Reese? And then Tommy replied and said, only thing I'll say is I'm not the one chilling in H chats, shit talking my teammates on the daily. I've always been about the team.
So no Lethal and Snakebite together is what you're saying.
Time. I laugh when I think about the way that Formal said earlier. He's like, I'm actually on every time.
Last message I sent to Snakebite was 3 years ago.
But not disrespecting Tommy or laughing at what Tommy said. It's just the way that Matt said it was funny. So Tommy replied this, and Tommy genuinely, I don't think he replied anything else. So I appreciate Tommy for even stopping by. But this is what Tommy said. And the only thing that he said in response to Braden. And we also had PJ come in recently, and I think that was in response to Braden too. And PJ came in and said,
"It's false. It didn't happen."
I have to probably look at his chat logs, but he said, talking about VOD, he said that PJ said, not exact quote, but he said, "I watch a lot of VOD, or I watch the most VOD because I watch a lot on my own. I don't require or force my teammates to watch with me or as much as I do." Something along those lines is what PJ said.
Is he alluding to Lucid requiring that his team watches VOD with them? Is that something Lucid's been doing? I don't know. Tonessi's saying that, I don't know if it's mentioned already, but Trippy said the bit about him and Lucid talking about teaming before DreamHack is false and that it didn't happen. Trippy himself said that no talks have been had before DreamHack to make team changes. And that's not what
was who watches more film.
The dialogue seemed to be coming into that. That's interesting.
PJ also agreed, said myself.
It's a soap opera.
That was interesting because a lot of the conversation the past few weeks has been Tommy watching the most VOD, which Tommy does watch a lot of VOD. I call it Tommy's tips and tricks. He will go into VOD.
Does he require his team to watch VOD with him?
Plays, analyze.
And is that problematic?
About that, I'm just saying that that's my experience when I was on Optic, is going through and watching VOD with Lucid.
Yeah.
So Tommy's response was there. Suppress started coming in the chat.
Yeah, he would do VOD with or without the team. He wouldn't require it. I'm saying by him acknowledging that, is that him alluding to the fact that somebody else on his team would require it?
Types in the chat, and there's
multiple, you know what I mean?
Screenshots and multiple threads I have to go through, so bear with me. Suppress says, I need some Cheez-Its. That actually sounds fire. And if you don't know, that is in reference to Trippy eating Cheez-Its on main stage during the finals last event. Excuse me.
Wait, why did he do that?
Suppress adds Trippy in the chat and says, you finally got your duo, with exclamation, talking about Lucid. Also, when you drop someone, make sure you tell them, LOL, grow some maybe. And remember that
shit's
comment.
So spicy.
Because we're going to go back to that when it involves Kaysan. So going forward, there's a thread of all the screenshots.
It's confirmed that teams are splitting up.
You saw that one.
None of the new teams are confirmed, but teams are splitting up. That's
everyone
confirmed.
knows you have a slower play style, which is fine, but we can't do that. Pressure makes diamonds. Oops, I'll give it up. Pressure makes diamonds, and if there's no pressure, you'll lose. This is Tommy again saying, only thing I'll say is I'm not the one chilling in age chat, shit talking teammates on the daily. And he says, I've always been about the team. I'm actually on every time, all the time. And there's also a screenshot of what Braden said to reply to what Tommy said. Braden replied and said that he doesn't sit there in H chats, and so he doesn't know who Tommy could be talking about. Basically, like trying to put an end to what Tommy is saying it's not true. And Joey came in the chat says, tell Donnie he didn't kiss a grand finals until he met me. Some real big words there from Trippy. All right, now you know it's getting serious. Suppress replies and says, all I'm saying is it's not my fault motherfuckers can't hit a G slide on the map. Assuming he's talking about Trippy, because while, Donnie and Tommy were typing simultaneously,
that's crazy, I didn't know that.
Purposely specifies that he's not talking about Tommy. Suppress at Trippy. He says, I ran your pockets on SR, remember? If you didn't have formal, you would be top 6 locked, nigga. So the naga is Suppressed way of saying nigga, but he just said naga, just so you know. But I can, I can say it though. I can say it.
Okay.
Cannon, thank you so much for the prime, homie. Thank you. Much love, very appreciate it as always. Thank you. I'm just playing. He did not mean to say nigga. He actually meant to say not gonna lie, probably, and it just auto-corrected to naga. I'm not kidding.
Here's hoping.
He did not mean to say nigga. I'm just messing around. It's just a joke.
Nobody take
it serious, all right? So again, he said, I ran your pockets on SR. Remember, Timothy? If you didn't have formal, you would be.
I'll make
top
sure to
6
send it
locked,
over.
nigga.
Send over the G slide tutorial.
And then Suppress says, if there's 2 people who moved, 2 people who weren't, it's fine. But it's okay. They can enjoy being a slower paced team. Now, while we were talking about this, there's a little bit of the conversation with Kaysan in this Nemesis
Maybe he
video,
called him a snake. I don't know.
Now, while we just got done with talking to Donnie and Joey in the chat, Kaysan came in. Okay, shout out Kaysan, W Kaysan, Wayson. So Kaysan came in, said basically, I think his first time, or not his first time chat, but his first
no
chat.
No freaking idea who's gonna be better.
Like first chat today, just like, typing like the first time I noticed his name, he said, how does this all get out? Like, how did this happen so fast?
It's not up to me if he gets a pass.
And so then he asked to get in a call with me. That's why we got an exclusive Kaysan call, an exclusive Kaysan call today. So we get in a Discord call, and
he hopped in the call on stream.
What he said here,
Kaysan?
and I'll talk about the rest of what he said.
Like with APG, did Kaysan hop in a call with APG during his stream? That would have been fun to listen
Players
to.
can't just wake up one day, start publicizing everything, GMing, and then making decisions that then completely fuck up the entire. Like, bro, we just got second place.
All right, so
that's what that is.
That was a little bit of what Kaysan said.
That was with APG, yeah. Yeah,
basically was saying that
recap.
Players can't have or make all these things happen without consulting the organization first or going through the correct channels.
Stressful for sure.
Basically, the players on FaZe, they were trying to have this team change go down ASAP without thinking about.
I can't imagine you just happy about this either.
Logistics and all the stuff that has to happen behind the scenes. So Kaysan was coming on just basically to let people know, like, hey, like, he's been in Halo. He understands. He is not like, it's not bothersome to him, but to other organizations and other people that might not be too well versed in the scene, this might not be a good look, and it would probably slowly start to push other organizations out if they have to deal with this kind of unprofessionalism.
Yeah, very volatile. So, how do you?
I would make sure that you. Okay, you said ads.
SSG definitely losing a lot in the exchange too. It feels like, right?
Wait.
You're losing the brand.
Wait. Gabby, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you. Appreciate you. Much love. Much love. Appreciate you, homegirl. Love the prime subs. I'm waiting, guys. I'm waiting. Don't worry.
In sports, team changes like that, are they up to players in the same way that they are in, probably not, right? In esports, it's more like there's more money, there's buyouts, there's a more of an organizational kind of decision making that's going on behind who gets on what team, right?
Questions I'll ask like in between.
In Halo, it's just like,
thank you so much for the prime, homie. Thank you. Much
the players just to say what they want.
Thank you.
Only basketball.
I don't know if I'm gonna upload the VOD. I'm gonna try and make a video.
That's what managers are for.
I'm trying to get my editor to help me. I'm gonna give him the tools to go through my
unless you're LeBron,
chat and everything, my VOD. That way I can make a video, Q&A with Seller with exclusive call with Kaysan, because we did have other Q&A. And there's other questions that he did answer that would be very, I think, interesting to the
What
public.
was, he said he was going to have new
questions that they
intel
would
for
want
teams
answered.
outside of top 4. We
So,
still haven't heard that. I don't know if he's
but
like,
ads are still going for a little bit. I'll answer some other questions.
we started from the top and then
point
like
that we were at. I think we were at the Kaysan, the Kaysan call. I'll talk about that for a little bit more, and then we'll go on to the next thing in the recap. Nomi said
Wait.
Trippy on stream dropped a hint. They might have only been
Is
planning
Druck in
to
the
drop
chat
suppressed
still,
and
Lefty?
discuss it with Foul. But
Anybody
Foul
wanna
wanted
drop
to
some
suppress
intel?
and told him, and they left. Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's why I said, Nomi, last night it was possible that Foul could still be on the team. I don't know if you remember earlier. I asked and I said, Foul, you're in here. What's going on with you? Because I'm hearing that you could still be on FaZe. If
I
you
see,
don't
boss.
remember. That's what I
Gotcha.
said earlier. I did say that. I asked him. I said, hey, I heard you might still be on FaZe. That's what I'm being told. You could
Drop the
still
intel.
be in the mix. So
everything. I want it all right now. Lay it on me.
no,
more
Michael's
milk.
in here. He was in here actually. TJ. Somebody asked him a
I've
question.
had enough
and
of
he
this.
Actually responded to it. Yeah, somebody. asked
Foul
him a
runs the
question
scene. He
about
doesn't
him being
have
on
a
the team or
need
not,
for you.
and he actually replied
Have
to it.
need for you.
Can't lie.
That's what Lethal said. Foul ain't wasting his time giving you his intel. Damn.
Did reply to it.
Foul's way too much of a baller. The kingpin of this whole operation. Oof. Refuse to drop the intel.
That was the
Ugh.
kingpin of this whole thing. He probably is. What's the new intel while we wait? I'm waiting for the ads. I'm waiting for the ads to be done.
Yeah, has Foul
All
ever
right.
won an
Done with
event?
the
I don't
ads,
think
guys?
he's won an event before.
Done with the ads. Done with the ads. All right. So you guys are done. So I'm gonna continue. All right, bet. So I'm gonna continue. So, all right, bet. Just make sure you guys keep communicating with me, telling me. I will wait. Don't worry. I
Yeah,
really
he's
appreciate you guys
he
watching.
played
So
incredibly well at DreamHack for sure. There's no doubting that.
So we were talking about the Kaysan call. Kaysan call. They basically said that teams cannot go and make team changes
I got
and
you, boss.
decisions without calling and talking to the organization first to make sure you're going through the proper channels. Make sure you even can make the team change. He was talking about
Before
how he
shit
was
hits
very
the fan
happy
like
with
it just
FaZe.
did.
He wanted them to keep on progressing upwards because they just got second. Okay, they just got second. That was a woulda, coulda, shoulda event for FaZe. They made it to the finals through winners bracket. So they had a lot of reasons to stick together. But if you want me to play devil's advocate, then you're thinking about, all right, they got to the finals, they beat a lot of teams, but they didn't do well versus Optic. That's the problem. They didn't do well versus Optic. They got
Right, Yumdas.
8-1 in the finals, lost 2 best of 7s back to back. Who else
I
gonna
don't
pick
have
up to
Twitch
try
in
and
bright
get some more
mode.
firepower
APG
to
has
try and compete
Reddit
with
in
Optic
bright
on
mode.
a better level, and maybe even Shopify, because Shopify had an off event, but they're probably going to be coming back next event even more prepared.
APG's in his bag tonight,
And
says
also
Lethal.
Shopify was the most prepared.
Y'all have been
tournament,
getting milked
most
for
prepared
8
team
hours
going
by
into
this
the
man,
tournament,
haven't you?
By far, in my opinion. And don't worry, TJ, I've been giving new updates all day. The people can't lie. This has been
The intel is everyone getting fucked,
all
and
these
Optic
hours
is
has
taking
been
an
new stuff.
easy dub through the winners next event, bro. Lethal's got no chill. Intel is everyone's getting fucked, and Optic's taking an easy dub through winners next event. That's what Lethal said. Y'all been getting milked for 8 hours by this man, haven't you? I love how he pulls no punches whatsoever, and he can get away with it.
If you do that,
Nobody
it fucks
else
up
can say
the
what he's saying right
schedule.
now.
So I literally
There's
had to
nothing
do
new for the last like
I missed
18
out on
hours.
a lot
Holy
of bread.
shit.
And just because there's no ads, literally. Do you think Shopify could compete in the grand finals with Optic? Yeah, Optic and Shopify usually do go to game 5 or game 7, but Optic just has started to level up right now. And I think SR is going to have to.
I mean, you got to be licking your lips if you're Optic right now.
Optic, if they want to keep
Broward, what's up, brother?
competing with them, because SR,
not any
SR's got to
like
make sure that
big
this
new
last event was just
information.
an off event. It can't
Kinda
be
what
an
you
actual
already
thing,
know.
and that cannot be their standard. Can you get Shyway on the
Broward-
watch party one of the lands? Shyway is not at the lands. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate thing because he's in Canada.
Yeah. I do hope to go to Worlds for the record.
Pace changing is only going to make them worse. They have exactly what SG does, and that's Kim.
For the record, they got something excellent going. Don't expect me to ever be, I don't think, ever like a mainstay or anything like that. Like, I'd love to appear as a guest and just hang out with these guys. That'd be incredible. But I like what they're doing, and I think Lethal sounds like a good addition to their team as well. If they do add another, like they go way back. I don't have that history with these guys.
I'm not 100%,
but I'd love to
sure,
join
but
them
we
for
did
like
film it
as a
yesterday.
guest. That'd
We
be
filmed
awesome.
The Halo Drop Pod, the championship one for DreamHack yesterday. My fucking neck is like.
We got to do
dry
our
as
own
hell.
thing.
It's like itching.
Probably.
Gotta get some lotion put on it. Don't know why.
Yeah, Broward, take all of this and compile
we'll
it.
Go back to the recap
beautifully.
So that was
Do
a
it
call
now.
to Kaysan. Kaysan, I asked him if there's a time frame on when there would be any of these team changes solidified. He did mention that he's talking to Unit Sean. Okay, so Kaysan said, "Hey, I'm talking to Unit Sean. We're trying to get everything situated. There's no official date. It's just gonna be done when it's done, and that'll be it." So he said he's talking to Unit Sean, and things might be ready by next week because the Pro League starts next week on Wednesday. The Pro League starts next week on Wednesday. There's a qualifier for the last 2 spots of the Pro League.
Pretty much
on
same.
next Tuesday. Okay, it was supposed to be on Sunday. There's supposed to be a C9 tournament on Saturday, and then the Pro League qualifiers on that Sunday. But now it's the C9 tournament on Saturday, and the qualifier on Tuesday in the afternoon. So Maniac and I will be watch partying that. Fingers crossed. I know we're 100% watching the C9 tournament. I'm sure we'll probably be watching.
For the record, like open tryouts, probably not ever anymore, Nori. But I wouldn't be surprised if way back in the MLG days, something like an open tryout was more of like a plausible, thing. But nowadays, like the top talent is pretty known and cemented and discovered, quickly. You don't do like an open tryout, or you take the talent from the FFA. Pretty cool. We got some new people like Command Station winning the FFA recently, but that's a totally different story.
So,
getting onto a pro team from FFA is not like it used to be.
Snakebite recently.
This is the way.
Adonis, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome.
This is Snakebite's tweet.
That's all new is Lucid speaks out right there. Lucid just kind of clapping back on some of what I guess Stellar has been saying. Like, I'm not the one talking shit or whatever, what Lucid was saying, right? Stellar has been showing up in the chat talking about how, like, they strayed from the system by playing with Snakebite and Lucid, like alluding to Lucid not having the correct approach to the game and that they got to make some changes, right? So it's a little spicy, and then Suppressed apparently saying that maybe Trippy had decided that he was going to team with Lucid in advance of DreamHack, and that Trippy and Penguin's like work ethic had slowed down in advance of DreamHack. Something like that is what they're alluding to. But then apparently Trippy himself said that there has been no talks about them teaming together before DreamHack. That was like made up. So we got drama here. APG's popping off. He got 2K subs. Let's go,
baby.
Did Snakebite get dropped? I feel like, unfortunately, with Snakebite, he kind of is the odd man out of the situation where everybody's like linking up with their duos, right? Like Eco and Stellar are a longtime duo. They found a lot of success together, and their friendship seems to be rock solid. So they're gonna keep that going and try something new. Whereas Lucid has gone back to his duo in Trippy and trying to get that going again. Trippy seems to be wanting to team with him too on FaZe, right? Snakebite, his duo Royal 2 is on SR, and they are in a comfortable enough position to not justify making any changes. So Snakebite's in a kind of an awkward position, I think. I don't think it's his ability. He's still very talented. He's still very sought after.
Go, baby. Thank you guys, man.
And he can keep competing if he wants to. But I think he's just the odd man out of the equation.
Guys, bro. Ooh, wee. Thank you guys, man. Thank you guys so much for fucking 2K, man.
Damn, bro, let's get 2K
guys,
here.
Bro. We hit that shit, man. That was my fucking goal, man.
85 away from 1700. Just saying.
Thank you guys, bro. Thank you guys.
We got 15 subs, the whole broadcast. Let's go, baby.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
I'm out here for free.
2 fucking K in this bitch, man. Thank you guys, bro. Thank you guys, man. Thank you guys so much, bro. I could change this shit. I don't even know what to change it to, bro. We're going to 2050, bro.
Yeah, FaZe doing
guys,
good. They didn't need to change, but they are.
Thank you guys, bro.
I got to say, I got exclusive intel.
Bless, bro.
And I won't drop it
unless
you guys give 50 right now. Right? You guys want my exclusive intel behind the scenes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys, bro. Thank you, guys. I can't say it enough, bro. Can't say it enough. Thank you guys so much for 2K. Thank you guys so fucking much, man. Thank you guys, man.
Let me tell you, nobody is safe from this Rostermania. You think this is a big deal? This is just the start, okay? Nobody's safe.
Thank you. Much love, very appreciate it, as always. Thank you so much, homegirl. Thank you. Very, very fucking
It didn't
much,
land in
bro.
my pocket. Try again, man.
Thank you. If you got to get this up for Friday, please say thank you, or I'll say it for you. Please say, just say thank you, bro. I'm speechless. Thank you guys so much, man.
2K subs? Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Multiply 2K by 3 or multiply it by 3.5, depending on what kind of ad split he's getting. And that's the USD that's worth essentially. So 2K, so it's 6,000 USD or more if you multiply by 3.5. I guess is the value of 2K subs.
Oh man,
for the
I
month.
can't say
essentially.
I'm so grateful, bro. Thank you.
Not including his ad revenue and
Thank
bits
you,
and
thank
anything
you,
else
thank
that he
you.
gets.
At times, APG, I think a lot of what
If
he
you want to
does
just do
in
the
a
straight up
weapon
math.
Look at him.
is underrated.
I'm so grateful, man. I'm so grateful. So grateful. So grateful. Time out. Legal.
Fuzi, let's go, brother. Thank you for the biddies.
50
biddies.
Let's go.
He's stepping in the right
Thank you so
direction.
much for the 5 gifted as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for paying it forward. That's so kind, bro.
Say that he's broke? I got no freaking
Thank you so
idea.
much.
He's on
Thank you,
Optic.
thank
I don't
you,
think he's
thank you.
broke.
Much love, very appreciate it. As always, if you got to get this up from Toron, please say thank you. I will say it for you. What's the song? What's the song?
Falcated, DreamHack Anaheim with Boo Boo and Sparty and who was it? Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was on that team with Ace maybe as well, right? Then fair enough. That is his one land win.
Friday, please say thank
Falcated
you.
does
I'll
have a
say it
win.
for you. Thank you guys so much,
Pierce,
man.
thank you for the follow, man. Welcome.
We're almost at, we're at two, like,
Did you disable that weird Twitch discount thing in your settings? That was highlighted on the
Thank you guys so much.
Halo Reddit Twitch discount thing. I got no idea what that is, Hardy.
Bro, I'm so happy.
Like Crunchyroll?
So happy.
I don't know. Don't be leaking this. No, I'm just saying if you want to get a rough
As
estimation,
in 30 seconds,
just
I will
calculate the
stop- I
number
will
times
stop
3
the
or times 3.5, depending on whether it's a 60 or
recap
70
because
split.
we have to talk about the Snakebite tweet because this is what I'm hearing. This could possibly mean meaning retirement. So the ads are starting, but this could possibly be meaning retirement from what I'm hearing through the grapevine. So I did the whole recap. Caffeine, I did the whole recap. I did talk about the whole. I did go through the whole recap, I believe.
What do you want, Hardy?
I did go through the whole recap, I believe. Went through the whole thing. I did go through the whole thing.
That'd be insane. Ola's coming back. Imagine. Oh my God.
Yeah, I went through everything. I think. Is there anything new on Reddit?
Squoosh. Thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome.
This is the way.
Did he
Let's
say
talk about it.
anything about the teams outside of top 4 though? He said. I think he had intel.
See, somebody made a Reddit thread about me and talking about my ads. That's crazy work, bro. Did somebody really make a Reddit thread and talk about me? Like, what do people want me to do, bro? Like, this nigga made a Reddit thread about me. Like, knowing that I'm on Reddit, and so I'm scrolling and see Reddit. Is there still intel on teams outside the top 4 plus Envy? So, let me see. So what I'm hearing is there's some rumblings, some stuff going on. I'm not permitted to say yet. But there's some rumblings of things going on in this sector right here. Something's starting to happen. There's domino that might be waiting to fall.
Okay, so he doesn't have anything he
Domino
can
that
say.
might be waiting to fall in here. Now, I will say
Other
this
teams are
also,
going to
Shyway.
change. Okay.
I have been told through sources that Bastos,
On-
Bastos
yeah, I'm
could
correct
possibly
about-
be
I
going
remember
to
that.
ZT for Jimbo. I mentioned earlier in the stream, either tonight or today, I mentioned how I believe that the only upgrade that ZT could possibly get right now in the EU region, unless there's somebody on the team that I don't know about or somebody undiscovered. I don't know how these other people play on the team, Septic, Sunris, Mose. But Bastos, when I play against him consistently, he's usually playing really well.
Yeah, that's not
I
surprising.
said that I think that ZT, if they want to start competing
Jimbo had
more
a brutal
with
tournament.
the other NA teams, they need to probably pick up Bastos. And I think that the only person to replace would be Jimbo. No disrespect to Jimbo at all. I love him.
No, he's already been on the fence about
alongside
retirement.
me for years. But I'm just saying this from a media perspective. I think that ZT, if they want to get another pre-land, like if a European team doesn't perform at an event, then it's probably going to be less likely that they get a pre-land before the next event from their organization. So I think that they need to start having better series. They need to start competing more. They need to actually be a top European roster if they're going to be getting better practice or if they want better practice. So the rumor is
Throw
that
me a few hundred
Bastos is being
subs.
picked up on ZT for Jimbo. That's outside of the NA region, but there are rumblings of new teams forming just in this this range right here, or in this circle. But nothing is 100%. Nothing is 100% yet. And Toron, you never said what the song that you wanted me to play was. What's going on, Connor? What's poppin', homie? What's going on, man? Bro, Connor, you missed a crazy fucking day, bro. Missed an insane
Oh
fucking
man.
day.
Nah, Roy's not coming back. Snipe down as well.
You a maniac? Throwing me a few hundred for my last 2 watch party shifts.
Do you a brain?
I throw you the 100. Bro, I'm grateful for the wait, what Eternal Galactus said.
TLDR. Literally everything that we know so far is that SSG and FaZe are changing, and that Lucid is going to FaZe, and Precision might be going, or it might be Snakebite. And if not Snakebite, then Snakebite might be retiring. So FaZe might be Penguin, Lucid, Trippy, and Precision. Snakebite might be considering retirement, and we're going to find out from Snakebite when he's ready to post. SSG is going to be Eco, Stellar, Falcated, and Suppressed. And everything else might be shifting. APG said he's hearing rumblings that other teams outside the top 4 and Envy might be making changes. Envy has a vacancy on their roster now as well, right? So if Snakebite does decide to retire and doesn't form a team, then now Envy needs to fill a hole on the roster. So somebody will move. And if somebody moves, everybody else can move around too, right? So C9 could change, complexity could change, etc. Z10 apparently are making a trade. That's separate. That's in Europe. They're making a trade. Bastos for Jimbo. Jimbo had a very rough tournament. Played a gambit. Thank you for the follow. Jimbo has alluded to retiring and coaching in the past and then sort of changed his mind and went back to competing. A kind of unfortunate way to go if he does retire here, though, considering that maybe wasn't the best display of his ability like the tournament he just had. But also not surprised if he gets swaps out with Bastos, who I hear is a good player. I haven't seen much of his gameplay. He's from a different, he's from BH3, I think, a different European roster that made it through, I think they made it through open bracket. I've heard that he's a good player. So I don't know. We'll see. But that's separate. That's in Europe. That's not really, no players from Europe, I believe, will be moving over to NA. I wouldn't worry about that. I think this is all the chaos is going to be contained within North America for the most part.
I just finished.
Barcode, I know, is looking for a team as well, but I have no idea where he's going.
I'll say like press one for a recap.
And if he's going to get housed or whatnot.
Because it's a lot. There's a lot of shit. Oh, dude, you missed it, bro. We were at fucking 1.7, 1.8 today.
A little bit of drama about the LVT Pro Series and out of Formal. Formal feeling like they're requiring a lot of him and Optic and not compensating for the time or something like that. That was interesting. We heard about that too. I don't know if Brower's still lurking for that, but that was an interesting dialogue at a Formal that might be worth looking into. Is Formal's reaction to the LVT Pro Series was not. It was a little bittersweet.
A lot of shit, bro. It's like a lot of shit happened. A lot of shit happened. That's why I'm still live. Things are happening as I'm live. That's why I'm still here. I'm trying to see my phone. But also,
so I guess HCS doesn't require anything of them. They just put the tournaments out for $250K and they decide themselves how they want to approach their practice versus the LVT League that requires their time and requires them to play a certain amount across a extended period of 3 months for the promise of maybe $5,000 a player from the $50,000 prize pool if they win the tournament in the end, right? Versus HCS where you have freedom to approach practice how you like, and then you show up for multiple $250K tournaments throughout the year, right? So I guess it's a little bit different. Like HCS doesn't require Optic to attend anything with no compensation, except for the open tournaments, like 2 opens or whatever.
No, thank you, TJ. I appreciate it.
And I'm not sure if those have money associated, like a couple thousand each.
Oh, you gotta give up your spot on C9 to come on the watch party.
I don't know if it's like a drama, but basically just it sounded like Formal basically an Optic would have to play 7 best-of-7 series across 3 weeks and then take a week off, and then 7 more best-of-7s across 3 weeks, take a week off, 7 more across 3 weeks, basically. So they're playing a total of like 21 best-of-7 series over the course of 3 months, all culminating in a $50,000 tournament in September. So, like, I think he kind of has a point in that, Optic deserves value for their time because the main people that are sort of profiting from all of that notoriety would be, I guess, LVT, who's running the event, or Shopify or whatever, who's partnered. But at the same time, like, LVT are putting on a good thing, and there's not a lot of money in Halo to go around. So you would like to see the pros kind of step up and do this for the sake of the community and for, all of that. But I don't know. I think there's like valuable points on both sides. LVT haven't responded to Formal's criticisms
that are waiting to fall in this range. Now, I don't know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, he doesn't have to compete, but if Optic don't compete,
Right,
then
can't say yet.
and if the top teams don't participate in the Pro League, then will the Pro League? I mean, it would spotlight other players.
Top 8 through top
It wouldn't
12
get
teams,
anywhere near as much
Not
viewership, but it would
getting
definitely
off right
spotlight
now,
other
not
players,
getting
which is
off
cool.
now, not getting off. But just letting you guys know this today.
Yeah, the LVT thing is grassroots and has no impact whatsoever on any of the HCS tournaments. It's its entirely own separate sanctioned thing, right? Like it doesn't impact Optic seeding. It will also overlap with time that they would spend playing scrims. I don't know if it would be adequate practice as an alternative to scrims, but that's a dialogue too. Is like they're doing that on top of their regular scrims, and it'd be hard to balance your work life, right? Because you would do that, you do LVT Pro League, and then you do the open tournaments on the weekend. I mean, like the balance of it all. Let's say you do go because it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday every week, right? And then you go into the weekend of a tournament that's like all weekend long, and you're doing your scrims on a regular basis. So balancing it all is a lot, you know. Could it be crowdfunding? That would be really cool. Yeah, maybe if there was a way to crowdfund and build the prize pool, then maybe the community would kind of chip in and make it more
Donnie, that's what
meaningful.
That's what I've been told.
It's your job. It's not. They don't have to agree to play in the Pro Series. It's not their job to play in something that has no impact on the HCS season. It has no. It's separate from the HCS season.
Do you think Gen G will make changes?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I said last night. I said that. What did I say? I said to Chris Common. I said, because he asked me in the stream. He asked me, like, what are the team changes? I said, ask Ryan Noob. He'll know.
Correct, Valiant.
And so Ryan Noob messaged me and said, why are you telling my team
That's
to
not
ask me
HCS
about
backed.
team
Exactly.
changes?
You're not obligated
I said,
to do it.
I just said that because
Which
you're
also,
smart.
the cool thing about that is it also does open the conversation up to having entirely different teams in that Pro Series. So what you could do is not even have Optic and SR, but have like new rosters that were designed just for fun, for the content of it. So like Formal getting together with other teammates, you know, or like other players coming together to form rosters that we never heard of. Separately from the HCS season is technically possible, but I don't know if that would make sense to put together. Did they get a license for the league? I don't know. What do you mean?
What it's looking like
exactly
on their end.
It's just
we'll
partnered
see.
with Shopify and completely separate from HCS. Has no impact on points or anything to do with the tournaments.
We'll see.
They're just kind of just a content. It's content.
Thank
it's
you,
like
Assassin. I appreciate that.
high quality content, basically.
Thank you very much. What are the rumored SSG and FaZe teams? The rumored FaZe team is Penguin, Trippy, Lucid, and then the fourth could be either Snakebite or Precision. It was possibly going to be Foul. They were talking to Foul, trying to see if Foul wanted to team with Lucid, but then it sounds like Foul wanted to go
To play pickup basketball, when you say,
SSG or something like that.
so exactly. You're asking players to adhere to certain requirements on a scheduled basis. You know, that's like a job, like a requirement that should be have a value associated. There should be money for their time, essentially, if you're going to require them to
I've been told you
to
tried
play,
to get on
you know?
SSG multiple times.
Make the prize pool larger, maybe crowdfund.
Multiple times.
It's the same as rosters at HCS, but they all get 2 subs to come in anytime if they want to sub them in. What do you mean I'm not grasping it? I'm telling you that, technically speaking, they don't have to. Why would they have to keep the same roster if it has no impact on the tournaments? They have, like you said, they have subs, so they could use those subs and make something different. Is there a requirement that like, I guess if you qualify, whatever team you qualify with, you have to lock in. There's that.
No, I'm saying it's just
But like any team can come in and qualify, right?
Told
That
you,
team
as
could be
the day
comprised
goes
of
on,
any
we
set
get
of players.
More information. Trying to keep the energy up. We've been on this bit for 8.5. Okay, 8.5.
He didn't drop any specific intel about teams outside of the top 4 APG, just about Optic and FaZe and changing and about maybe Snakebite retiring and all that.
I wonder what
What's up,
Trip
Flex?
thinks about Day. What do you mean by Day? Who's Day? Now, even if they are moving teams together, Eric, that doesn't necessarily mean they like each other.
It's like a
That means that they
catch-22
could just
kind
be
of
teaming
PRG.
because they know that they could find some success together, or because they're teaming underneath an organization that's going to be paying them. Could be, I'm just keeping it real. It could be either or.
Yeah, nothing
It
confirmed.
goes both
Jag.
ways.
It's just
It goes both ways. I'm being completely honest.
APG
completely
speculation
honest.
based on what he's been hearing,
So-
and something that I sort of agree with based on what I've been hearing too.
So a lot of times, like, bro, that's the other reason, like, I didn't mind not competing
Not
because,
confirmed.
bro, people be shady. People do be talking shit behind people's backs. I'm not saying that anything about anybody. I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
the
it's
nature of
unfortunate.
the scene is that people do be talking shit behind people's backs. That's the second shit talk behind the people's backs that we heard today. What's going on, Jason? Yeah, no brothers in this shit. That's descendant from Envy. If you guys don't know, that's descendant from Envy. No problem, Ambo. I appreciate
You can
it.
guarantee
Thank you.
that he's
Thank
not
you.
retiring.
Appreciate
How can
y'all
you
for being in
guarantee
here.
it? What
Appreciate y'all
can
for
you?
being in
How
here
can you
all
back
day.
it?
If you're not in here all day, I appreciate y'all for joining here after work. What happened?
Format and communication
talking
is
about
flawed.
what I was saying
yeah.
recently. Apparently,
It can be worked out.
Donnie was trying to.
I think it can be worked out, and I think a discussion needs to be had between LVT and maybe the pros. You know, this isn't for us to decide, and I think maybe the idea of crowdfunding is not a bad idea. But I think it obviously could be, you know, worked on, and hopefully things work out for the best for everybody, right?
I've been told that this needs to be public information. I never reveal my sources. Never reveal my sources, but I will say, you know, we'll say what's going on.
Gotcha. No, I went in his chat and I asked him, and he said that
be good.
he finished like
Jason, how do you
everything that I've said is everything that he said pretty much. I don't think there's any other specific intel that we haven't covered. Because I went in his chat and asked him if there was anything that he could say about the teams outside of top 4, and he said that he knows that things are changing, but he's not going to say any specifics. It's not in his place to say specifics just yet. So
rumors that
expect other team changes in the teams in like top 6 and beyond. But just wait, basically.
So how do you feel about that?
Get Lucid in a call so he can explain his
is the
side of what's
case,
going on. That'd be nice. Yeah.
I'm assuming y'all are just going to pick up a different fourth.
Sort through for a vid. I mean, I think if you can take the little pieces of what we see on Reddit of the comments that he made, and then sort of our interpretation of the comments, I guess, Broward, it's Herculean task, no doubt. So
recap live. No,
not going to be easy to kind of
throughout the stream because there's a lot of people that probably just got in here.
They get through here quickly.
But I'll give you guys a recap throughout if you guys need me to. If you guys are new, if you guys just got in the stream, you came in the middle.
Not really PRG.
Whatever it may be, I'll give a little recap.
I'm sure it would. I don't really.
So it's not a problem.
I don't want to bother people.
Can you believe I take a day from opening Twitter
but I don't really know them on a personal level.
This is wild. I mean, it's been a very, very interesting day.
I need editors. It'd be nice.
Very interesting.
Wait, no, Broward. I mean, Broward's excellent at what he does.
Interesting.
Don't want to put anyone in a bad light. I get what you're saying. Yeah,
I didn't expect it to be like this, to be honest.
I think it's interesting that Trippy went and said, apparently, because somebody came in my chat, Trippy said that apparently those conversations before DreamHack weren't happening. But Suppressed made it sound like Trippy had decided that he wanted to team with Lucid before DreamHack, and same with Stellar. So they seem to be saying completely different things here, and I don't know who's right, which is interesting. Not that we even really need to know. All we really need to know is that the team's changes are happening. That's for sure. You know, it's like, regardless of how it went down. Fallon Snakebite should stay in their teams and Lucid and Suppress should switch.
Okay.
Well, so note that Fallon Suppress are essentially like a duo now, right? Like Fallon Boo Boo used to be a duo, but Suppress is a friend of the same friend circle, right? Like they have the same background in competition and playing alongside Shotzi and live in the same sort of like house. I think Shotzi has a house. I don't know if they're still kind of in that same location, but that he had purchased where they all got together and gamed together, right? Like Suppressed, Falcated, Shotzi, Boo Boo, all in the same location. Might be a little bit different now, but they have a long-standing relationship, Fallon Suppressed, so they're more of a duo. And they're moving together as a duo. Is kind of what's happening.
FaZe knew Suppressed was shit talking them since they. Wait, what do you mean? All of
Optic and SR chilling for sure.
Suppressed was shit talking them. Wait, Suppressed was in Discord shit talking? Is that what you're saying?
Descendant from Envy's in the chat and APG's chat.
Should I go to Joey's stream?
APG said he may not keep the stream as a VOD. So you got to grab it right now, record it? Wait, why would he do that?
I'm not even stirring the pot. I'm just talking.
Oh yeah, Jiggy. Is that actually what you heard? Did you see that in the chat? Where'd you see that?
What are you saying? What am I saying?
Bro said APG should change his name to Whisk.
Well, okay, I'm hearing more
'Cause he loves stirring
information.
the pot.
Rumblings about this. I'm hearing rumblings. More.
Die, dude.
Gotcha, Robert.
Hear more rumblings.
Hello?
Tell me, I got
Dude,
Joey's stream
I
up
can't
now.
come
Tell
up.
me if I need to get back into it. All right, I got Joey's stream.
Yeah,
up,
maybe
I got Matt's
PRG. I
stream up.
don't know.
You guys need me to.
I'd have to
back
like start
up for
taking initiative on
information,
that.
Let me know. Okay.
I'm not against it.
I'm hearing rumblings. Ask Trip how he feels about trying to join SSG.
Yeah, all my
trying to
stuff's
join
staying up,
SSG Pros
Robert.
Arlington. He probably doesn't know. Probably has no idea. The amount of cock in Donnie's mouth. He said
Pick
cock.
those rockets up. I need to know.
The amount of cock.
The amount of cock in Donnie's
Donnie's
mouth
mouth.
is unreal.
The amount of
Holy
cock.
shit. What's going on in Trippy's chat?
The amount of cock in Donnie's mouth is unreal. That's what he said.
Oh my
Interesting.
God, there he is, bro.
All I
There's
say is the
Donnie.
boat
There
was...
he is.
Wait.
That
The
is
boat
just
he
good
was
Halo
on
right
was
there.
similar,
That is just
but that's
damn
his
good
homie?
Halo. My God.
Damn good Halo. Let's
Oh,
go,
interesting.
Hazelnut. Appreciate me bringing a different POV when it comes to viewing the tourneys. No problem. Breath of fresh air for me and many others.
Fucking
Thank you,
itches so
Hazelnut.
bad.
Thank you.
Interesting. All right, you guys. wanna
Penguin
hear what I'm
getting
hearing
spicy?
about- You guys want to know what I'm hearing about the
Happy Feet Wombo combo?
8 through, I guess, or top 6 through 12 teams. You guys don't want to know what I'm hearing.
Yes,
Just wanna know what I'm
please.
hearing.
I want to know.
These teams.
What do you got?
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. All
Donnie
right.
is suppressed.
I'll be right back.
I'll
gotta
be
use the
right
bathroom.
back. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom too, if that's the
Then we'll
case.
start. Yeah.
I'm going to also do the same thing. He said, you want to know? I'll be right back.
All right, be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Gotta use the bathroom.
This is the way.
This is the way. This is the way.
Yo, the double chair is wild, bro. Live pick of APG. Wait, is that safe? Bro, that's like kind of NSFW. I'm not gonna lie. Can we put the raw udders on my Twitch broadcast? I don't even know. It looks dirty, man. But yes, being milked on broadcast. You can go ahead and click that yourself. Quality content, just both of our chairs, bro. Trippy chat going wild? We've got chatception, bro. Look how many chats are happening. This is APG looking at Trippy's chat with my chat beside it.
Let's talk about what I'm hearing. It's not going to be anything too good. We're going to leave these teams for tomorrow. All right.
Crossing swords out here, bro.
We're going to talk about those teams tomorrow, but I'm just going to let you guys know that there's some shit happening and that
wait,
there's
you
a
said
very
tomorrow?
good chance that a lot of these teams are not going to be the same, if any of them, you know. So
wait, he came back from the bathroom and said he said tomorrow?
These teams are not getting off. Not getting off. But that's the only intel I'm giving you today. That's the only intel I'm giving you today. Is that these teams right here, a lot of them are looking to change. Now.
All right.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm sorry. This might be the way you have to find out. Now, you guys might not be affected by the domino yet, but the domino has yet to fall, or it's already falling.
Lethal, I like the beard. Shows you've been in the depths.
Missing Trippy. I just had it on. It doesn't.
Ego for one. I'm not proud of getting 8-1. Ego.
I don't know.
Trying to catch up on the
well, yeah, obviously, but like,
drama.
What does that have to do with me saying anything and commenting on that? That's literally what he's just saying about you. So like, why? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do I have to say about that? That doesn't even make sense, dude. Like, why does that? I don't get it.
Interesting.
I'm not sure, Burning. Good question, man. I don't know. I'm kind of down to play some Halo in a little bit. Maybe like an hour or so, because I have some coaching.
Yeah, 500 viewers, bro. The Halo community is popping right now.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good stream for
okay, so don't get mad if I say anything.
people like drama. They like Rostermania intel.
Let me see.
All right, I can tell you that, you know, there's a lot of team changes happening.
I'm not getting mad that you're saying anything back, Donnie. It's just like what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's
so
just
much
like,
text.
It's like what you're saying, and it's like at the end of the day, dude. At the end of the day, it's like you're just getting mad because we wanted to drop you. So it's like,
ooh,
that's why all this is like so weird.
Ooh,
ooh.
Like team changes happen, and like that's why all this is just so dumb. Because it's like you're getting so mad because like we wanted to drop you. So it's like that's really all it is at the end of the day. Like it's really not that deep, dude. It's really
those are kind of shots.
Trippy wanted to drop him.
Knows, dude. Did you guys not look at Reddit? You guys already know, guys. Come on, let's not all act dumb here, okay? Let's not all act dumb here.
I like this.
APG, move your cam.
This is interesting.
Get Trippy in there. We got to fit him in perfectly. I want a trio cam here.
Wow.
Trippy just vibing. Diamond 6, bro.
Too diplomatic. Have I been?
Wow. Very good content.
Did you know you were dropped before the event?
You guys think I'm being too nice? Nah, that's crazy. I feel like
Don't go to Reddit after the whole Shyway hack situation. Yeah, let them know, Lethal. Don't make the mistake I did.
Last year, Optic minus formal. Yes, sir. That's the word on the street. That's the word on the street.
Is Lethal? Why am I catching strays? Why am I catching strays in this?
Today, bro.
I got nothing to do with Rostermania.
Dude, I could have get games in
I've got 500.
That's why I'm not playing ranks. That's why I'm literally not playing arena right now.
Absolutely insane.
Lethal on my shit right now.
I am turning into a tactical rev, I guess. I don't even. I can't complain though. I can't complain about it. I'm blessed. I'm blessed to do it.
Trippy's talking to Surprise, saying you're just mad because I dropped you.
Do you think their fourth would be better than formal? Their fourth is rumored to be precision and or Snakebite. But the fourth is rumored to be Snakebite, and it's supposed to be Snakebite and Lucid joining joining phase for Fallon Suppress.
I love Twitch chat. No, I actually love Twitch chat.
Do I think that it's gonna work without formal? I don't think that it's gonna be possible to get a dub without Matt, because I mean Matt is Matt. No disrespect to those players, but
so this whole thing is a waste of time.
Something was obviously going wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the thing.
Why did I break Optic last year? That's my fault.
I'm not even trying to say anything mean. I'm not even trying to do that.
It's like who are we kidding? Optic's just gonna dominate the whole year anyway, guys. Like, why? Like, who cares?
Like, someone's just mad because he found out what was trying to happen.
That's pretty funny.
That's just like, you know, like
This is all just nonsense.
Damn.
Make any team you like. They're not beating Optic.
Damn.
Dude, let's go, dude. Rudy Poo.
Rudy Poo.
Rudy Poo
Interesting,
8140
bro. Interesting.
with the gifted sub to TJ. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Rudy Poo, you're the man, dude. Thanks for the gifted sub. And Jermaine's,
Interesting. Yeah, this
I'm
is
not
all
running
formal
ads, guys.
sweat.
I'm not running ads. So if you guys have a Prime sub, or maybe a tier 1, feel free. Thank you, guys. Maybe feel free.
I see you, Sam.
Yeah, I'm not gonna run ad. I'm not.
You want me to
running
leave
ads.
APG stream
running
and just do trippies on its own? Oh my God.
I got people in the chat scrapping at me. You guys are shit talking me for not running ads. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy work.
Yeah, I was getting a bit of that too, honestly.
Dude, I appreciate all the follows, guys. Thank you.
But okay, Eco in the viewer list goes crazy. Ooh,
I'm sure it sucks to get dropped, but show some class. People don't want to team with people who roll around in the mud.
roll around in the mud.
What does that mean, dude? What do you mean rolling around in the mud? I would love to see, since you probably understand how team changes work. I'm assuming that you've been in the Halo scene before in esports. Like, you tell me what's reasonable for like rolling in the mud, dude.
Who said
What do you
that,
mean by
Suppress?
What do you mean by that? You tell me. Send them biddies? Yeah.
Someone random in chat said it, yeah?
Dude, yo, we got any mud rollers in here? Yeah, no, I agree, TJ.
I mean, there is somebody named Piggy in the HCS, so technically.
Let's go trippy.
Dude, why am I playing this map, by the way? I didn't know
This is Rank
I forgot this
Slayer,
was
yeah?
Rank Slayer.
Yeah, this is like a thing now. Where do we have the player stats from DreamHack? Good question. Halo Data Hive would have stats for DreamHack, but I don't know if they have it laid out in like an easily accessible way. I haven't looked into it. My morning routine is rolling around in fresh mud like a pig before I hop on.
That is just
says
good
Kruger.
Halo right there. That is just
Damn good Halo.
My God.
Halo, Pearl, welcome. Let's go. Thank you so much for 3 months. Welcome back, Pearls. Hard not to like Trippy. I think there's a lot to like on that phase roster with Lucid there, too. I'm not going to lie. Like, that's a pretty vibe. I mean, that's 3/4 of Optic. That's your old Optic roster with either Precision or Snakebite. So, I mean, the star power on that team.
This is the way.
Pretty nice. Jason, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. FaZe is going to get some new fans. SSG, on the other hand, might lose some fans without Snakebite and Lucid. I mean, trading out Foul and Suppress is just some unknown. I mean, they're very talented. That might lead to a win. And I guess the win is all that matters for these guys, but not as many people know, Foul Suppressed and have been following them in their route through competitive. Eco said he did not make any money last weekend. I mean, SSG made a small amount of money. But.
Oh, that guy, whatever. You read up here.
The duo reunited. Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Did I ever respond?
I don't know if it's like a drop as much as like Suppressed and Foul just kind of moving as a duo. Just enjoy your move life. We got this shit whole handled.
I mean,
says
people
Lethal.
who make them getting dropped such a public deal, like Suppress is doing. I mean, dude, it's only a public deal because someone is saying shit in Twitch chat and making it a public deal. It usually would never be a public deal, but like if shit's gonna be, if shit's being said in a Twitch chat about certain people, and if one of those people is me, like I'm gonna say something. I'm not gonna just like let that. I'm not gonna just let that just be said. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why like things are being said, dude. Things are being said.
Trippy saying I didn't start it. Suppress started it.
You know,
I'm just reacting.
Sometimes you just gotta be a
it's
mud
not my
roller,
fault,
dude. Sometimes you just gotta be a mud roller. Like I don't know. Dude, Stulius or Stulis with the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank
Blame
you.
APG? Nah.
With the resub and the 2 gifts. Thank you. Yo, ISO Icy. I appreciate the tier 1 as well, man. I don't know if I said thank you for that, but no, seriously, thanks for the tier 1.
Kind of like a lesser version of Bound Legend with pretty similar
guys,
playstyles. At the moment,
I'm not like publicly
in their
trying to do
accolades,
anything. I'm
yes.
not trying to like
Maybe they rise to the
I'm
occasion.
not trying
I don't
to, like,
know.
Do this for attention. I'm not trying to like. You know, I'm not trying to be scummy. I'm not trying to be a mud roller. But like, if I see things being said in Twitch chat about me, I'm gonna say something back. Like, you know,
Right.
like I'm not gonna just like let that be said.
Which chat is he reading? So this that I'm moving around is my chat that I've been moving to coordinate. But this is
Dude,
Trippy's chat
Phobes
on the
with
right here, right?
Tier 1, I appreciate it, bro. Honestly, man, this all could have been avoided, dude, if I just shared some Cheez-Its, dude. I think we can all agree.
Shared the Cheez-Its in grand
If I
finals.
just shared some Cheez-Its on main stage and got maybe an extra bag of Parmesan Cheez-Its, that's probably would have happened. So I'll take the blame. I will take the blame on that, to be honest. I will take the blame for that.
Which chat is Trippy reading? His own chat. What other chat would Trippy be reading other than his own chat? No? Like,
I mean, I
There's
do it for the people that
no,
just
Piggy,
got
there
in
actually
here, that's
was.
why.
There was dude, no, Piggy, there actually was unlimited trail mix. This
Now-
was the first Halo event. For those of you who don't know, this was one of the first Halo events ever. Maybe the last stream Mac had this. I really don't know, but there was unlimited trail, like Chex Mix trail mix, not trail mix because trail mix has like M&Ms in it, but like some sort of like a Cheez-It or Chex Mix blend in the back. It was like unlimited amounts, like all you wanted.
All right,
Sounds
listen.
good.
Actually, let me do this. All right, again, so I'm gonna get off a little bit soon. Like this has been a long ass stream, bro. I'm getting tired. I don't want to fall asleep on.
sounds
stream.
like there's not much more
You want me
new
to do one
intel
more
to
recap?
add.
I'll do one more recap. Press 1 if
Cool.
you want to recap before
We'll
we
chill
get
for
off
the
this
final
bitch.
recap and then maybe play
We've
some
been on
Halo.
for 9 hours. Long. That is a long.
Yeah, it's
ass
been a long
time.
day for APG.
Do one more little recap before.
Trippy's definitely super chill.
Chex Mix saved me. I wish I could have tried it.
My intel, I don't have any specific intel other than everything that's being said is correct. Like you know, from my source, everything that's being said is what I've also heard. So, you know, including, you know, some of the unfortunate things. Final recap about to save the day for me. All right,
All
cool.
right. You guys are
We'll
saying
see him
one.
lock
A lot
in.
of motherfuckers
Lock in, get it
on
done.
recap. Think of all the subs. I'll be back on tomorrow. We'll be back on tomorrow.
You think it's odd that
And
all of EcoStellar's
tomorrow we
teammates,
will be
best teammates
discussing
leave?
the other teams.
I think
these
Legend
teams.
and Bound leaving was more about just, you know, getting the opportunity to be on Optic rather than getting away from their previous teammates, you know? With Legend and Bound, that was more like they had an opportunity to team with Formal and they loved the idea of that, so they moved over. Much love, Ernest.
1 second. I might stay on.
Oh, we got something important? What's going on?
Trying to get food.
Renegade was a little bit different. Renegade left because, yeah, he felt like they didn't match his work ethic, and he was attracted to Snakebite's like approach to winning on phase and thought that they were a little bit more disciplined. So I think that was his mindset. He moved over. Outside of that, though, no notable. And this that we're seeing right now, I guess, with Lucid and Snakebite, but that just clearly wasn't working from the start. You know, it was very clear that like things were going wrong with SSG that just never improved.
All right.
So it's kind of a isolated incident.
All right. You guys ready for the recap? I'll do one recap since a lot of people are new. Like I said, I've been doing recaps throughout the day just to give you guys an update on everything that's going on. I'm sorry. NBA game does start in an hour or two. Might stay on until that.
Yeah,
I might
good
stay
point.
on. I might stay on until that. We'll see. Just kicking it. Watch Joey stream. If anything's happening, Trippy and Suppressor going at it tough still. I've been watching. I got it pulled up. Every 2 minutes. I don't run the ads every 2 minutes. It's just how it default is, bro. I gotta get my bread. I'm a full-time content creator. I'm not getting salaried like a player, bro.
Chat, I can run a
I'm not
1 minute
winning
ad.
prize money like a player. I gotta get.
Wait, chat. This is my turn to hit you with the ads, okay, Twitch? Hope you don't mind. Honestly, I feel bad. If you guys want to sub, that'd be amazing. But the button for a 60-second ad is available, apparently. I think I got to change the parameters so that it happens more often. But I'm gonna hit you. My apologies. I love you all. And then I'll see you in 60 seconds if you're not subbed. Bam. That's right. Unless you're on Twitch Turbo, you're chilling right now. There you go. 60-second ad
How long
rolling.
it takes, because we were at 9.
Time to
or
give some
almost at
subs.
9 hours in the stream. I'm gonna go through everything, starting at the beginning.
Kind of an evil mastermind. Look
Start
at
the
me.
beginning.
APG's turned me now, bro. And it's
All
right when he starts, too. It's the perfect timing.
So today started off the stream by looking at the new team changes, and last night actually started off. I said today is going to be a tease. Tomorrow I was going to talk about everything that has been going on. I'm not faded, honestly. I'm just tired at this point. I've been on for 9 hours, bro. You know, everybody's always got to say faded this, faded that. I can't just be tired that I've been on for 9 hours.
That's okay, APG. Let's
can't
go.
Just be tired.
Recap.
Anyways,
one shot.
We're talking about phase. Hadn't talked about any team changes yet.
Advertising.
SSG talking about the rumor that was Penguin, Lucid, Trippy as a team of 3. The 4th is still being decided on. Falcated was the 4th last night, possibly. Okay, Falcated was possibly the 4th last night. Okay, and then they decided to go with either Precision last night / today, or Snakebite. I think that that's still up in the air. Probably by tomorrow, might be solidified. Not within the organizations though yet. Like, things have to be good on that end before things are 100% set in stone. So the organizations haven't signed off on it yet. They're still working things out. And when I say that, I mean FaZe and SSG. We had a call with Kaysan later, or I'll talk about it later. We had a call with Kaysan earlier, and he was talking about how he's been in contacts with Unitron, who is the CEO of SSG. So as we were talking about, the rumored teams, talking about if you're FaZe, do you stick together because you found a lot of success at the event, but just not against Optic? You got 8-1 in the grand finals, but you beat every other team that you needed to. Do you stick together and build off of that, or do you try and make a change to be better in the future and have more firepower? Or if you're SSG, do you take that game 5 that you had versus Optic, try and build off of that same kind of situation? Or do you make a team change because you still went to game 5 with Complexity, you still lost to Envy, you're still not looking like the team that you should be? Was that game 5 with Optic enough? And so as we were saying that, Stellar came in the chat, and Stellar came in and we were talking about it, and he said he thinks some people have been on FaZe since before the event, alluding to Lucid.
Interesting.
And I was
Suppress
asking
said
him about the game 5 with Optic. He said the people beating Optic, or the only people beating Optic, is him and Eco, saying that they played the best in the series, I'm assuming.
Damn.
So
Ego.
as Brayden says that, Tommy comes in the chat, or better yet, we still have more of a Q&A with Brayden. I asked him if you were willing to, or if any of the team was willing to buy into a different play style or a different ideology of how to play the game so they can try and make things work. And he replied, said, me and Kevin strayed from the system, learned the lesson. So basically saying that either Snakebite or Lucid were trying to teach them a new method of playing. They tried it, wasn't working, and they'll never try it again.
Yeah.
Tommy comes in the chat. His first message that's not shown says, I need a word for word what was said. And I told him the same way we went through the Reddit like this. We went through the Reddit earlier, but just up until this point. Tommy says, the only thing I'll say is I'm not the one chilling in Ace chats, shit talking my teammates on the daily. Always been about the team. I'm actually on every time, all the time. And so that was Tommy. Okay, he didn't say much more than that. That was all Tommy had to say. Okay, that's all Tommy had to say. And then while this was going on, Suppressed was in the chat talking Lucid. About Zane and Joey. Suppressed was in my chat talking about Zane and Joey, basically saying that they didn't have a good work ethic, they didn't have good attitudes.
From
and
FaZe's perspective,
there was no he didn't enjoy teaming with them, essentially.
Wow.
So then he's talking in the chat again. He says, I need some Cheez-Its. That actually sounds fire. He's talking about Joey eating Cheez-Its in the finals. He says, you finally got your duo to at Trippy. Also, when you drop someone, make sure you tell them. LOL, grow some maybe. Remember that, because that's going to be important when we go and talk about the Kaysan call. So this is a thread of all the messages that were said. So Suppressed, you finally got your duo. Suppressed continues. Everyone knows you have a slower playstyle, which is fine, but we can't do that. Pressure makes diamonds, and if there's no pressure, you'll lose. This is Tommy saying, again, only thing I'll say is I'm not the one chilling in H chat, shit talking teammates on the daily. Like Tommy says, always been about the team. I'm actually on every time, all the time. And then Joey replies to Donnie in my chat. He says, tell Donnie he didn't kiss a grand finals until he met me.
Ooh.
Donnie replies, all I'm saying is it's not my fault motherfuckers can't hit a cheese slide on the map. Donnie replies again, not at Tommy, because Tommy was typing simultaneously while Donnie was at the same, or in the
calling
chat.
out Trippy for not being fast.
Donnie replies again to Joey, I ran your pockets on SR. Remember Himothy? If you didn't have formal, you would be top 6 locked, nigga. He says nigga, but we think that he meant nigga. It was probably, not gonna lie, to be honest, but we're just saying it was nigga for the fun of it.
Hey, damn.
Nani says again, if there's 2 people who moved,
Damn
2
it.
people
What's
who
up?
weren't, it's fine. But it's okay. They can enjoy being a slower paced team. So that was what was going on up to that point. Kaysan came in. Kaysan gave me a call. We had an exclusive behind the scenes call with
Kaysan's
Kaysan.
pissed off.
He
What the
basically was
hell's
talking
going
about
on?
how things aren't set in stone because the organizations
made
have not
finals.
signed off on it. People are still under contract. People from SSG are still under contract. Kaysan said that he's still in talks with Unit Sean, who is the CEO of SSG, as mentioned earlier. And he was also talking about how players need to have more professionalism. They need to go through the right channels, go to the organization and make sure that the team change is even a possibility before you go and tell the players and before everything spreads like wildfire. Because the org found out after
Everybody else.
I found out, or
Right.
or everybody else did. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of
Players are talking shit before the org is even
and
aware.
That's what Kaysan was basically saying, is that he's used to it because he's been in esports for a while, but other organizations might not take a liking to it too much. So there needs to be
Correct,
more
Dan.
professionalism in the scene if we want it to succeed. So that was the call with Kaysan. Very good call. He said that there's not a time frame on when everything will be finished. He's just saying that things will be done when they're done. So the orgs will be talking probably the next couple days before the weekend. I don't think deals go down on weekends. So that was basically the call with Kaysan, just a TLDR. I'll give you a little.
They're not
preview
falling.
right here from the
Players
next
can't
video.
just wake up one day,
Hold on.
start publicizing everything, GMing, and then making decisions that then completely fuck up the entire. Like, bro, we just got second place.
So he was also talking about how they did get second place at the event. They were looking great. He wanted to try and keep the same roster because they were on an upward trajectory and possibly could be winning an event later down the season.
It sets up
So
some
that's
drama
what Kaysan
nicely
had to
between
say.
FaZe and SSG. Yeah.
Kaysan, very, very appreciative that he came
Little rivalry.
on the stream. You guys have no idea.
Kaysan
I'm
is
so grateful.
not an owner, but he's very relevant
so
part of FaZe, we'll
After
say.
that, we had PJ come in the chat. PJ came in the chat. He was basically saying that
I don't know what his specific role
basically
is.
after that, before PJ came in, PJ had a tweet and he said, obviously everyone's hearing a bunch of rumors, etc., and have been reaching out, taking some time to sort some things on my end, but pretty soon I'll touch on everything. Got a whole bunch of things to say, so when the time is right, I'll set the record straight. And the reasoning he's making this
Slayer.
tweet, I'm assuming, is because the rumor for the new phase is
This is the way.
Trippy,
This is the way.
Thank you.
Penguin,
He is welcome.
Lucid, and possibly Precision and or Snakebite. It's between Snakebite and Precision right now. Precision was playing with Zane Penguin last night.
Minority owner.
Okay, so he was playing with Zane last night. So I didn't even know you guys were in that. It's my bad. I was just talking.
It seems like FaZe are
But,
leaning, picking up Precision over Snakebite, which will leave Snakebite
what was
left
the last
out of
thing you guys
the
heard?
top team exchange
I
and
didn't even know
then
you guys were in that. It's my bad. I was just talking.
not in a good
Sorry.
position. It's just a final recap here, Slash. Hold on. Owns part owner of FaZe. Gotcha. Thank you. Halo HQ's on the ball tonight? What do you mean? Kaysan did say a lot more,
Alright,
and
sorry.
no, he's a part
Alright.
owner. Okay.
But I'm just gonna keep going.
Of the
I'm gonna keep
Atlanta
going.
COD team.
He first mentioned
Big
Trippy.
statement.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was just giving an update because it's towards the end. I'm sorry. I was probably talking about Trippy. Here, was I talking about this or what? Maybe this. Probably this. Tell Donnie he didn't kiss a grand finals until he met me. Probably that.
I mean, bro. People are going to come in,
So,
get ads regardless. of
Probably
what we
these
do.
messages. Probably these messages. How don't you know we're in ads? They're constant here. No one else runs ads like this. It will help your wallet in the short term, hurt your viewership in the long term. Guardrails, then you can sub, bro.
Pretty
I'm
much
doing
Slush,
this
yeah.
for the community. I could shut my shit down right now and just fucking get off and you get nothing. So what do you want me to say, bro? I'm doing this as a courtesy to the community, and all I do is ask. I usually wait for niggas to watch the ads, and I pause and then I continue because I'm appreciative. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you want me to do, bro. I have bills to pay just like everybody else. I'm not trying to just get money from this. I don't know why you guys say that or why people think that. Nobody is trying to get money from this. If I was trying to, then I would just consistently always talk throughout the ads, but I wait and I appreciate.
Well, I don't know. I mean, arguing with these guys isn't going to solve anything. But anyway,
but I have bills like everybody else, man.
We were on such a great roll. Like APG was going, he was getting it all done. But now we're pivoting. He was doing real good.
There was 4 hours of this stream where there were no ads, which is what I don't think people realize. There was literally no ads for 4 hours.
Yeah, just
try and tell me that I'm doing something wrong while I'm trying to give you guys information. I've been live for 9 hours, my nigga. 9 hours I've been live giving updates this entire time, and you're upset that I'm just simply asking you to watch a fucking ad. And you're saying nobody else runs them like this.
The thing is, I think his chat likes this though when he calls out the viewer, and then it leads to more subs. So I don't know, man. It's it's a strat. I don't know. Like
telling you that it's not annoying.
People like end up subbing more when he does this. So I don't know.
Bro. I don't know what you want me to say, man.
Y'all feed this energy.
Like I did not realize that you guys were in the ad when I was talking, and the reason I didn't realize is because I was talking, just trying to get you guys the fucking update. This like what the hell? What the hell? Like I've been on for 9 hours, bro. I'm trying to do my best.
Please, come on, guys.
There's literally a thread on this bitch of niggas like complaining that I have ads, bro. What do you want me to do? Like I know it's annoying. I acknowledge that it's annoying, but
I mean, no downfall being had here, man. Like it doesn't. It's not. I don't see a downfall. He's got over 2,000 subs. It's working.
3,000 subs.
He's on Optic. He's killing it. No downfall.
Incredible viewership consistently, bro. I
think like all publicity is publicity, assuming it's not so negative that it's like literally canceling you out the internet. But I guess like the controversial nature of the way that he is right now is leading to more viewers, more chatters, more dialogue, and more people subbing. And
this part,
you know, I'm not being strategic, really. Like I could be milky. I don't know. I could do something to. But anyway,
I'll go start this. I don't know exactly where you guys were at.
Yeah, let's go back to what we were doing.
Of the messages. So Suppress says at Trippy, he says, "You finally got your duo. Also, when you drop someone, make sure you tell him, LOL, grow some maybe." And he's referring to Lucid, I'm assuming. Suppress says again, "Everyone knows you have a slower play style, which is fine, but we can't do that." He says, "Pressure makes diamonds, and if there's no pressure, you'll lose."
Need to announce live?
Tommy replies, but Tommy, this is when he was typing in the chat. "Only thing I'll say is I'm not the one chilling in H chat, shit talking teammates on the daily." Tommy again says, "Always been about the team. I'm actually on every time.
Just go ape shit on my viewers."
Joey replies to Donnie. He says, "Tell Donnie he didn't kiss the grand finals until he met me."
This Saturday, there's a Cloud9 tournament, actually, online tournament sponsored by Cloud9, 5K event, basically. But I have a barbecue to attend with my friends and everything on Saturday, so I don't know what I'm going to do. It's at 6 p.m., so I have to be, I can stream some, but then get off at like 5 Eastern and watch it. But yeah, Cloud9 are putting on a 5K tournament this Saturday.
If you didn't have formal, you would be top 6 locked. Naga. I think he meant not gonna lie, but I think he also meant nigga.
You're good, bro.
So I've been saying that recently. It's just more fun when I say that. Donnie replies and says, "There's 2 people who moved, 2 people who weren't. It's fine, but it's okay. They can enjoy being a slower paced team." So that was probably where you guys were at in the ads.
I mean, we all got bills to pay.
There's other stuff.
5K
like
prize
Braden
pool, I believe.
Replied in the chat and said he loves Snakebite.
Tony
so
and Garrett commentating.
Animosity is probably towards Lucid.
Lucid is a snake.
And that's why Lucid was in the stream. There was one other like reply. But later on, Snakebite made a tweet because again the rumored phase roster is Trippy, Zane, Penguin, Lucid, and either Precision or Snakebite. Because Zane was playing with Precision last night. And then Snakebite tweets, "Obviously, everyone's hearing a bunch of rumors, etc., and have been reaching out, taking some time to sort things on my end. But pretty soon, I'll touch on everything. Got a whole bunch of things to say, so when the time is right, I'll set the record straight." So, apparently, PJ is in the middle of a move, and everything is still trying to be worked out. So I've been hearing rumors through the grapevine that this could possibly mean retirement for Snakebite. and which would be extremely sad.
That's what I've been hearing too.
Much too early, but that is the rumor right now. Rumor is that PJ could be retiring, and that's what this could be alluding to. That is what I'm hearing. PJ also had a couple of moments where he typed in the chat. He let us know that the team that they were on, and thank you for the $5, John. Thank you for the $5 donation.
But
thank you so much, homie.
The retirement thing, like, we don't know if that's just an emotional reaction to what's going on, and he might reconsider. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what's going to happen.
Thank you.
So we don't know what's going to
very
go.
appreciate it.
When you're in a position like this, considering retirement.
Yeah, thank you again for the $5 donation, and thank you so much, Jake,
like,
for the gift as well.
A huge surprise.
But yeah,
it sucks.
PJ possibly could be retiring. That's what I heard.
APG, I think
Just through the grapevine. Nothing 100%. So that is just what I'm hearing. That is what I'm hearing. So unfortunately, it would be unfortunate if that's true.
Yeah.
And then also Donnie was mentioning Trippy and Penguin's work ethic earlier in the chat. Don't know if he's still in his stream.
Am I talking about?
Probably is done. But
that Snakebite is possibly considering retirement
in the chat, back and forth, talking about their work ethic, saying that they were bad attitudes. Didn't want to basically go to war. So that's everything that happened. I talked about the Kaysan call. I don't know if you heard me speaking about that. Talked about Kaysan and how he was mentioned.
Precision over Snakebite is wild, with conversations of Precision being a difficult teammate to work with, especially with Snakebite's leadership and track record. Yeah, I think Snakebite as a teammate, definitely highly experienced. What's this? Formal talks? Oh, I kind of want to see what that is. Let's go back and find that after. I don't know. Yes, I don't really know much about Precision and his background as a player. I know that like he kind of went in on Hoaxer, who was a coach for his previous team. Kasky, thank you for the follow. About some sort of mishap in Rostermania, like there was a disagreement or something between him and Hoaxer. And I didn't really read the full dialogue, but that went out on Twitter. So I don't know Precision as a teammate if there's an attitude problem or anything like that. Like maybe not, maybe. He's clearly very talented. He's all these players have their own ego and expectations and whatnot. So
talking about, he said that they weren't a team. He said they weren't a team, so he doesn't know why there's so many salty takes.
Metalman, thank you for
about their
welcome.
Previous team, talking about the
I can't
most
speak on
recent
it.
SSG. So that was PJ. That's what PJ was saying in the chat.
Snakebite should be the one to get the
Lottie
shot.
was
I
also
agree.
in here. She was backing PJ up. She said,
the idea of him not being on a top team is pretty wild, bro. It's pretty wild.
Retire when he was playing the best on the SSG team the past 2 events.
If Snakebite does end up on FaZe, then it would just be a perfect trade, and Envy wouldn't have to make a change.
So a lot of stuff was said.
The rest of the rosters might not need to shift. Okay. If Precision ends up on FaZe instead, then Snakebite's left out of that. Then if he ends up on Envy, that's just like kind of not ideal circumstances for him. First off, if he retires, then it's going to create a huge shift in Rostermania. Or if he decides to make his own team, it would create a huge domino effect. So either they trade Snakebite and keep Envy the same way that they are, and the shift would be very, very minimal. And
all right, sorry,
I don't know if that would be enough of a change to. I don't know if any of these changes are going to be enough to really rock the boat versus Optic and SR. To be honest,
what do you mean by we weren't even team? They just didn't
maybe the
work
chemistry
well.
will be better. Maybe that's what matters.
Camaraderie, just probably. This is my assumption. It's no camaraderie.
Descendant was the best player at Envy on DreamHack.
No teamwork.
I'd say it's between him and Precision.
Just not trying to really do it for each other.
Is there any evidence that he was retiring other than APG speculation? APG was saying that that's what he got from his sources. What I will say is what I heard from my source is something similar, basically, that like that was something that's been considered. But we don't know if that's just like a temporary reaction. That could be, it might be different when when Snakebite actually speaks on it. We won't know anything until Snakebite speaks on it. But like I have my own sources, and I heard something similar to what APG is saying, basically, about like him considering that. And that the whole situation being unfortunate and like, nobody wants that for him, obviously.
But I'll be talking about these teams. The Gen Gs, MVs, Cloud9, Complexities, Omit. Those teams.
He's a new coach. I think
covering
coach
the lower teams tomorrow. And today is just about the top teams, but the intel for tomorrow, that will be tomorrow's stream. Okay. SR got 4th this event. How much of a concern would it be if they got 4th lower again? DC sticking it out regardless. I see SR sticking it out the entire season because of their success already. Even
They're
though they haven't
high
won a
highs,
LAN
yeah.
major, they still have won a LAN in the Kaysan tournament, and they have had a lot of success in the online cups.
Unless something horrible happens that completely compromises their chemistry, which seems to be positive right now, then I say SR stick it out.
Get over that plateau. Gang, thank you so much for the prime, homie. Thank you. Much love, very appreciated. Thank you. Will I play in the new Pro League? No.
Precision had the biggest team glow up in history mid-season in history. I guess because Legend had a big glow up too, but it wasn't mid-season. SR's ceiling seems very high, but it also feels like they've hit a wall. So I guess depending on whether or not they kind of break that ceiling in the next event, but it doesn't matter because they can't change, right? Like unless a change is made now, it does not make strategic sense, especially for a top team, to make any changes after the next event, because the next event and like a month following, there's another one, right? We go SLC to FaZe to Pro League, 50K to Worlds, crammed into 3 months, 4 months, right?
Non-retentiveness.
Like this is the only realistic gap that we have where it makes sense.
Beat the Thunder? I don't think so.
To change.
That's why I kind of I think a Pacers, or excuse me, I think a Knicks Thunder matchup is more entertaining than
either they overcome their circumstances or they just end up not winning for the rest of the year. You know, but I don't think they change.
I haven't been watching that series too much just because a lot of it happened while we were at the event. So I haven't watched much of the Pacers at all. Period. What's going on, Zane?
Yeah, I also think that any change that SR makes could make them just significantly worse. It could compromise how well things are going already. So it's just this doesn't make any strategic sense. SR's placement for Dallas was 4th, but it was pretty unexpected, and they got upset by FaZe. I think, I don't know what went wrong on Saturday, but I think that SR would have put up a much more competitive grand finals than FaZe did. Even though they didn't play badly, I just, based off of what we know from that matchup, it's very competitive. Focus on OBJ, but in raw slaying power, they clearly right there. It's really map dependent as well. Like Formal knew immediately when he saw Streets Ball. What was it? Slayer, Recharge, and then I don't know if it was Recharge, but the Streets Ball, Solitude, King of the Hill in the first 3 maps in the series, like Formal, they already knew Optic had a significant advantage from the first 3 games. If the series continued into game 5, then maybe things could have shifted, but depending on what they get, like if they get a Fortress Bomb, if they get anything Bomb, anything Fortress, the perspective shifts a little bit. If they get Strongholds, Recharge, or Livefire, then both of those could go terribly wrong for Optic and have in the past. Like we saw Livefire Strongholds was a problem map for Optic at Dallas. They got dominated by both SSG and SR in different series.
Hold on.
Optic seem to rev up and snowball, like they'll become an unstoppable force in a way that no other team can access. Yeah, for sure. They seem to enjoy the process of win after win that they gain through the lower bracket, and they become just a different team, an unstoppable force by Sunday. Formal's also brought up a lot of really cool arguments about sleeping, getting adequate sleep and not overdoing it with the party, the nights out and whatnot. Like he kind of said that maybe TSM were having too much fun on Friday, Saturday, I don't know, and that they were tired by Sunday. There's a lot of components that go into the marathon that is playing your best on Sunday.
XAS, my car is being difficult.
Tournaments, it's a 3-day marathon essentially.
Hey, peace out, Ackley. No, PJ, I don't think PJ is trying to team with C9. I don't think PJ is trying to be on any of those teams. I think PJ would probably rather be with Lottie on the desk than do that.
And coach, interesting. I could see Snakebite being an asset as an analyst. I don't know if he'd want to be a commentator. I haven't heard him try that, but that'd be really cool. It'd be cool to see him on the desk. But he's still way too good at the game for it to, I don't know. It seems too soon. You know what I mean? At the same time, Infinite being on, I don't know if it's its last year, if we're going to get another year competitive or what. I wonder if the new Halo, when it comes out, could it be a reinvigorating moment for a lot of pros who maybe
where's the pipeline of becoming
lost
Halo
their passion
talent?
Towards the end of Infinite, can maybe regain it.
But you saying
with
he
the
was
launch
shit
of the new
talking? You
game.
talking about Donnie?
We knew immediately Optic had the edge based off the layout. Yeah, Hardy. If it was grand finals, though, if SR actually made it to grand finals, the layout would have been completely different and more competitive, to be honest. Talik he says that every tournament. But you can party on Sunday, that's fine. He says it on the Monday, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of quoting Formal. There was a Reddit post I believe
Dude.
that I was in somewhere. Formal talks.
Right. At June 3rd.
Yeah, only top 8.
Tuesday. On Tuesday, June 3rd at 2 p.m. Eastern. The only people, I'm sorry, this is just crazy. The only people that probably can't take Tuesdays off.
All right.
This is about the LVT Pro League. I don't know.
Let it be known, nobody was on our team before DreamHack, and no decision had been made yet before they made a decision and ran.
Do you guys want to hear Formal's take on the LVT Pro League? Yeah, it'd be 2 of me. I don't know if that's even necessary.
I respect everyone's decisions. I will make my
They
own
uploaded
moves.
an 8-minute video on Halo
wars.
HQ.
Let's get it. All right. Now there's new screenshots for Reddit. These screenshots for Reddit. We have it right there. We have it right there. No team changes were made before DreamHack. That is what has been said.
No team changes made before DreamHack. Yeah, that's interesting because Suppressed and Stellar were alluding to the idea that decisions had been made before DreamHack, that they were in talks to change their, like Lucid and Trippy were in talks to make changes before DreamHack, but Trippy is denying that supposedly, which is interesting.
Wow.
There's 2 different stories as far as like, you know, when things have been going down and whether or not that affected the work ethic and the focus of the players at the event and why, you know, why maybe they didn't have their best event. I mean, Trippy had a lights out tournament. Lucid definitely from body language and performance didn't seem to have his, you know, have the greatest tournament, but SSG overall were super inconsistent. So you don't care what Formal says? What's wrong with Formal 8-bit?
All right. Where's the pipeline of up-and-coming Halo talent coming from? I mean, it's just people going to events and playing.
Hilarious. Shyway says something about milking. Well, he's milking teams as well, especially Optic. Yo, people hate me on Reddit, bro. Holy.
I don't think these pros
Who am I milking?
Airing dirty laundry? There's not any dirty laundry being aired. I don't think so at all.
I'm not requiring anything from anybody. Like, Jesus. Optic Glaze. I'm about to get torn to shreds on Reddit, bro. Nah, basically, I'm a parasite, is what I heard on Reddit. That I watch other streamers, and if I didn't do that, then I wouldn't have any popularity. Basically, that's what the Reddit people say, that I'm like a parasite, feeding off everyone else. I bring nothing to the table, no entertainment value whatsoever. I am not an analyst and a commentator. Jesus, bro. Yeah. It's tough to look away, though. But yeah, that's Reddit in a nutshell. What's up, Jackal? Embrace the hustle? Yeah, I guess it kind of comes with the territory.
Brayden's, where is it?
Yo, War Turtle, what's up, man?
Brayden's, words or wording was, think some people have been on phase
Thank you, Ben.
since before the event. So he thinks. He said he thinks. Now that you're on Optic, what's the long-term plan with the act? Just trying to do, any and everything. More different shows, IRL streams. Like I wanted to do this type of stream with him. You know what I'm saying? I want to do this type of stream with him.
With Maniac, okay. I think that settles it, though, right, guys? Reporting on, yeah, I don't know. Do we communicate this in a way that's like well received? I don't know. I haven't.
At June 3rd.
Yeah, only top 8.
Tuesday. On Tuesday, June 3rd at 2 p.m. Eastern. The only people, I'm sorry, this is just crazy. The only people that probably can't take Tuesdays off.
Yeah, it was in reference to my Scrim watch parties, Hardy, and my LVT, all my watch parties, basically, just in a reference to my watch party content.
Like the people that aren't getting, if they want any part of this. I'm pretty sure I saw Abbacy type earlier that he's graduating on this day or something. Like, there's like a Tuesday is just random.
It is random.
I don't know. Whatever.
2 p.m.
4
Eastern
invited teams next 4 via ACS
on a
Pro
Tuesday.
Points. Double elimination, best of 5 winners, lower semis. Best
This
of
is
winner
kind of a
final,
weird
Good thing.
combo, I'm not going to lie.
best of
Exception.
7 lower final for 8th seed. No grand final. Okay, a lot of problems here, but that has nothing to do with me, so I don't care.
This is what movies
This is what movies.
Online league play begins Wednesday, June 4th.
Should we not watch it? We don't have to watch it. So this is going to overlap with the scrims, which is interesting.
next week.
Speak easy with
That is
5.
just damn good Halo.
I thought,
My
my God, you go, Speak Easy.
next-
Thank you. This is weird. I thought I just got 5 subs, bro. I got excited for a second. Nah, so it's on Halo HQ. If you guys want to watch it at Halo, I'm not going to sit here and watch 8 minutes of myself watch Formal. But I was curious to see if I had like covered that well. Need at least 3 Shyway POVs. I got about like an hour. I don't know if we just switch over and play some Halo for a second, or if I'm not even in the headspace to do it. Let's find out. Is there anything else that needs to be said? Right? If we do a quick recap summary, we got a lot of drama today. A lot of people going at each other. SSG has a new team. FaZe has a new team. We're looking at Stellar, Eco, Falcated, Suppressed, and then subs
That
for
is
War
just good
Turtle as
Halo
well.
Right there. That is just damn,
Damn good Halo.
My God.
Much love, War Turtle. I appreciate you, man. Let's freaking go. 5 gifted. ACF, Pumu, PMU, Retro, Kaiser, Whitey, and Tyler hits buttons. Hey, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. Welcome, guys. 649 gifted? I know, bro. War Turtle's a long-time goat, okay? We have SSG with FaZe with Lucid and maybe Precision. And if it's Precision, then Snakebite might be considering retirement is what we're hearing. Hopefully that's not the case. If Snakebite ends up on FaZe, then the dominoes won't fall. But if Precision ends up on FaZe, then we might see a lot of other changes. APG saying that there's things happening below top 4 that he is not revealing just yet. So other changes happening below top 4. Stay tuned, I guess, right? And then we'll see what Snakebite does. He does not need to. Yeah, of course he doesn't need to. It's a matter of where's his head at? Does he want to keep competing in his circumstances? The same kind of thing with Lethal. You know, like Lethal's a champion, but he's kind of in the trenches at the moment, placing top 12. NFL Red Zone and great at commentating and entertaining. You usually have me playing in the background. Thank you, James. I mean, I try to do the best that I can to provide value. I understand that, like, you know, without the content that I watch, then, you know, I probably wouldn't have the viewership. But like, if I wasn't providing value, then I wouldn't have the viewership. It wouldn't matter what I was watching. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty confident, regardless of what I cover, as long as I'm relatively knowledgeable on the topic, then I'll carry the audience to anything that we're looking at. Some audiences will give me more viewership than others, right? Like, but ideally it's like, you're here because of me, right? I hope. I don't know. Otherwise, what are you doing? Hate watching. Fal and Suppressed are kind of a duo, right? They go pretty far back at this point, playing together. Remember, Falcade had entered the Halo scene with Shotzi, duo with Shotzi on the first iteration of Splice. Fal was traded out for Renegade later, and Splice won their first tournament, but Fal was nasty, and a big part of that first Splice roster. He's got a lot of experience playing with top players. Turns out he did win a LAN in Halo Reach in 2020 that I desk hosted, and I forgot that he was part of. Suppressed still maybe a bit of a question mark. He just hit his first grand finals versus Optic this past weekend. He got a killing frenzy in Origin CTF, which was pretty sweet. He's definitely a talented player, and probably going to adhere to the faster playstyle that SSG wants. They seem to be aligned in the fact that they both feel a little bit shaded by Lucid and Trippy, interestingly. Tripper. At least that's the dialogue that was coming across in their Twitch chat. It sets things up nicely for a little rivalry between SSG and FaZe when the changes do happen, if they happen, which it seems like they will. Lucy and Tripper, bro.
Slayer.
Didn't do himself any favors by crashing out Trippy's chat. I agree. I think especially after Trippy kind of responded the way that he did and said, like, kind of just like, what are you doing? I think Trippy did a pretty good job of like navigating that on his live stream. That put me more in the Trippy camp, maybe. But ultimately, we'll see. In the end of the day, it's about the results that matter. I think that the orgs suffer from this, both FaZe and SSG. It's got to be a chaotic and kind of unfortunate position to be in. Chat, who do you think wins in the exchange, though? Like FaZe or SSG? Who do you think is going to be the better team? And that's the thing is I feel like we have our preconceived biases on who's going to be better. Like, I feel like a lot more people are going to say FaZe because of the star power on that roster. But I don't know. If you're SSG, you can't really feel like you're winning this. SR Optic? Oh, yeah, 100%. What are the teams? We should do a command for the teams. Rumored teams are Trippy, Lucid, Penguin, and Precision on FaZe. And then SSG is Eco, Stellar, Suppressed, and Falcated.
Successfully delivered.
So last year's Optic with Precision instead of Formal. Yes. I mean, well, that team struggled to win majors. They didn't win any. They did get second place every single event, and that's pretty notable, so they definitely could do damage. I think a big question for FaZe is there, I mean, does the chemistry improve on both rosters? Is there a mental shift for Lucid and that team? Like, there's been a lot of criticism on Lucid and whether or not he's been overthinking and overdoing it with the VOD review. Is this the villain arc for Lucid? Is he coming back with a vengeance if he works with Trippy again? Is Stellar and Eco finally going to, now that they've stopped straying from the standard or whatever Stellar was saying, right? He strayed from the path. Maybe they'll finally click. It's hard not to feel like Foul and Suppressed are, like somebody in the chat said, kind of a lesser version of Bound and Legend. According to their accolades, I would agree. That doesn't mean that Foul and Suppressed can't rise to the occasion. But it does feel like, you know, regardless of what changes they make, Optic are deadly, and they're only getting deadlier, you know? Hating on Lucid for having work ethic and calling it OCD is dumb to me. I do think that Formal's brought up some good notes about VOD review and how it could be detrimental to a team and their chemistry. Because when you VOD review, you're nitpicking like mistakes, and it can lead to overthinking, and it can lead to disagreements, and it can crush chemistry in a roster if not handled, if not approached correctly. It's a difficult dynamic, you know, to pull the team into a VOD review, say, hey, look at this. This is what we did wrong. This is what we did wrong, right? And Formal brought up this idea of having a balance of, like, positive reinforcement, looking at situations that went exceptionally well and saying, okay, how do we create that again and again and again? Versus pointing out what's going wrong and saying, how do we avoid doing that or screwing up, you know? And different players are going to take that feedback differently. Stellar is somebody who historically, I think, doesn't do much VOD review. And I think he didn't really start until teaming with Lucid because maybe he felt like he never needed to. Like, they've been kind of, you know, FU nasty at every single team that they've been a part of. They've just been able to kind of do their thing and get away with it and not think too much about the process. I don't know. Eco Stellar have a system. They probably do think. I mean, they do their own studying, I'm sure, but they have a system in play that clashed with Lucid's, and it damaged their chemistry. And I do think that Optic's chemistry as well, you know, wasn't looking ideal. Obviously, when you go second place that many times in a row, it's going to affect something, but, like, you could argue there's a bit of a trend between Optic and SSG in the approach, and maybe Lucid's approach not working out. I don't know. Why are we assuming he's overdoing it? I'm not. I'm just kind of getting, like, this is my interpretation from all of the people mentioning it. Like, both APG and Formal were saying they did a lot of odd review with Lucid. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't know. This is just like my interpretation of what I've been reading into, is that it might not be benefiting, the approach might not be benefiting the team in some way.
Vital signs.
Does that not bode well for the new phase roster? I don't know. Like, one thing I'll say is that Trippy and Lucid have a long time, a great friendship and a lot of history together. So, I don't know. Maybe things will reset without formal. How does Penguin feel about all this? I don't know. It's hard to imagine anybody being as hungry and as delusionally confident as Optic at the moment. Gotta move the chat. So many good snipers. I mean, we're at a point where everybody's really freaking good at the game, but I believe Lucid is leaving the exact same reason why Renegade left back in the day. Yeah, maybe. Like that Stellar and Eco's approach, you could argue is like maybe a little bit too lax, you know? They lack some sort of discipline. It is interesting, though, to see Snakebite ending up teaming with those guys, because part of the reason why Renegade had, or at least what we learned from him leaving C9, was so that he could team with Snakebite, who he felt, you know, FaZe with Snakebite were much more disciplined in their work ethic. I don't know. Passive aggressive? Well, the thing is, Lucid, the way he sounds when he talks to his team and the way he sounds in matchmaking are two very different things. This is a conversation we've had many times, so, like, I don't know. But does your matchmaking personality bleed out into your actual competitive comms? I don't know, maybe, like, certain mannerisms, habits that you build can carry. Body language can carry. I do think that, and that's what benefits Optic so well, is, like, Legend will, like, point out all the shit they're doing wrong when they lose, and he'll get mad. Like, Legend apparently, like, gets, like, actually mad. Like, he slammed his fist on the table or something, is what Formal was saying. But, like, it doesn't bother them for some reason. They're, like, they agree with Legend's criticism, and then they just bounce back off of it. Like, or they laugh at it later, like, because they know, like, that they're scamming. I don't know. There's an underlying respect in it. Somehow all of their adversity just leads to them growing stronger rather than falling apart. And it seems to have the opposite effect for SSG right now. But that's what you want. That's the chemistry you want. And it's like this late in the season now, we're making these changes. I don't know if anybody's... We're just playing catch-up. SR are in the best position to shut down Optic, and I kind of put all of my expectations there, you know? Either they overcome their wall and they shatter that and shut down Optic before they get too hot, or Optic just tear through this entire year. You gotta respect Shy Guy when he speaks up because you know it's for real? Wait, what do you mean? What? Have I seen Ogre 2 playing with M&K? He's nasty. Yeah, I see the Twitter what is it? Clips. I mean, his sniping is really impressive. He is on M&K, so sniping does look pretty impressive on M&K. And those are the clips that he tends to post. But in general, yeah, he's definitely still got it, you know? Would he compete? Absolutely not. But he's definitely a natural, you know? He's always been. Right. Like, Legend is the quiet, shy guy. Oh, I thought you were talking about me. Yeah, Legend's interesting because he does seem like the quiet, politer kind of guy on the roster, but when it comes to, like, competition, he actually might talk the most shit and gets the most revved up, and also doesn't pull any punches in pointing out what's going wrong from the team. Apparently gets on Renegade's case more than everybody. I don't know. What's the offsets? There should be a command, I think, but I think it's plus 100, minus 170. Or it's minus 100, plus 170. So try them both, see what happens. Hey. Renegade is a renegade. I don't know. Renegade's really good at listening and cleaning up damage, but I wouldn't consider him the fastest, most proactive player on Optic. And maybe that's where things clash. Legend was making some insane plays. Like, impactful plays beyond kills, right? That Formal didn't even know about. When Formal was reacting to some of their games versus SR, and he pointed out the oddball rotate that he hit, I remember we noticed that, like, when we were watching on Observer. Legend in 10 seconds crossed the entire streets map and got behind last shot in back subway from A. He was A. In 10 seconds, got behind last shot, killed him with the ball while his whole team, you know, had died. It would have led to an easy ball setup for last shot. But, like, little plays like that where he's just like a freaking, I don't know, accomplishing things that other players aren't. Yeah, and then Formal saw that he's like, holy shit. He had to, like, time it. He didn't even know it happened. Do I think it's too late to buy the Battle Pass? I only got first season. No. Up to you. I don't think it's ever too late to get any of the cosmetic stuff because it doesn't disappear, right? You can get it at any time. If you plan to grind, that's, you know, up to you. Yeah, exactly. 100% retiring. He won't have a good enough offer to hang it up. Are you kidding? Snakebite's one of the most sought-after players in the league. I'm pretty sure he could take anything that's left in the Rostermania and make something. The issue is, like, no matter what he puts together, I don't see how it would contest the top 4 if he's not in one of those teams. That's the issue. You know? He'd be an asset on any team, but, like, with what's left, it's hard to imagine a team forming that's going to be better than everybody else's teams in the top 4. It's called aimbot. Type !aimbot in the chat. This music, bro. For sure. Shopify reunion? What do you mean by reunion? I think both teams got better, both SSG and FaZe. If it leads to an improvement in chemistry, then yes, they both get better. But I really don't know. Like, we'll see. I'm very interested in watching them play each other now and seeing which team between the two of them ends up being better. That'll be fun. I'm excited to watch scrims and the Pro League and all that.
Loud, celebratory music.
What? Snakebite going over to Shopify? No, that wouldn't make sense. Shopify are in such a good spot right now that it's not worth risking compromising their position to make any team changes. Even though Snakebite is a great option, I just don't think it makes strategic sense for the org or for the players. They have the best chances of dropping Optic if they can find a way to get past the Sunday hurdle. If SR reconfigure, then I don't know. Optic just like maybe sweeps the year. Unless we just see some sort of crazy honeymoon chemistry out of these new SSG FaZe teams, which is what all the scrim watch parties are going to be for, right? We figure out how things are looking. Unstable packet loss. Become allergic on Sundays. They need to fix that. Yeah, Formal said something about like a nasal spray that like Frosty should get because he sneezed like 8 times. I don't know what that was all about. They got allergies. Don't want to be sneezing. If you're sneezing mid-game, bro, you're not going to piv the guy. Got to close your eyes when you sneeze. Brief moment. That's how you die. Should ban Optic for illegal Sunday buff. I do think that idea of like Optic just buying out the best team is kind of funny. Like, yes, there was a large acquisition for Bound and Legend eventually. But like, we don't, I mean, I don't know. The players chose on their own accord, of course. They wanted the team with formal. But like, you also don't get a free pass in a Halo esports. Like, just because they made that team doesn't mean that they get auto wins. Like, they have to rise to the occasion, and they just happen to. Other teams aren't. The one huge advantage, though, that Optic did have coming into the season is that they chose the team that they wanted off like, being friends, you know? The instant chemistry buff. Having the freedom to make the decision for themselves. Whereas everybody else had to react and pivot and make guesses. And it didn't work for SSG, and it was fortunate, like, honeymoon for SR, right? I use a Battle Beaver controller. We might be talking about the new GameSir soon, though. Stay tuned. I know there's a GameSir Pro controller coming out. I might have some things to say about it in the future. Could be an exciting controller. G7 Pro or whatever. Did I watch Last Shot on podcast? Tied the Leader podcast. This is my first time actually getting to know Last Shot. It's such a chill dude. Cool podcast. I didn't actually listen to it, but I'm confident it was a good listen. Yeah, I heard the clip from Eli where he talked about how he lives on a farm and they have like all different kinds of produce and chickens and, you know, different farm animals, which is kind of cool. So that's actually like a fact. But yeah, if you guys want to get to know the players like Last Shot, and really most of the pro players, Ty the Leader is a good source for that. They have some pretty in-depth, vibey interviews. Formal's in there too. Royal 2 has a good one. Frosty has an interview.
Please remain calm.
Yeah. Were they the favorites? I would say SR were never the favorites in my mind. Like, they were online, they did look like the most consistent team, but I still had a belief that Optic would come out and win. It was always between the two. It was like a 50-50 toss-up, you know? I recommend Scuff. The new Scuff Valor looks cool, but I haven't tried it, so I don't know. I've had issues with, like, I don't like the paddle design of the Instinct. That was the last Scuff I had. The Instinct, the upper paddles don't feel good. They're just not ergonomically, like, well designed. Everything else about the controller was solid, but that was like a deal breaker for me. So the new Valor, it looks like they changed the paddles. I don't know. It's got 1,000 hertz polling rate, right? All the bells and whistles you want, so it could be good. We're not actually going to play too long, guys. I have some coaching at 9:30, and I got to have dinner, so. I tried Splitgate. We had a little grind. We got kind of dunked on a little bit. I'm not very good at it. I have to play it more. It's fun. It's fun, but I kind of am having trouble stepping away from Halo. Like, there's a lot going on in Halo right now, and I kind of want my focus to be here. I'm going to be keeping tabs on Splitgate, especially if there's like a pro series for it, but...
Capture the flag.
Drop pod just dropped. That's cool. I think Battle Beaver is the rave if you really want to make your own controller. I think Battle Beaver gives you the most flexibility with the customization, especially with the paddles. And that's my favorite thing about it. But they take a long time to build, and they're expensive. Bro, my ear is still making that noise, which is pretty annoying. It's like stunting awareness, you know? Teammated. Ugly helmet. No way.
Enemy flags in allied hands.
We need to keep him off that. I should have done some with my repulse to get out. Go, go, go. Nice voice. No, I just saw the sniper. Fuck.
In my sights.
It's still there. It's still there.
Take it back. The carrier has revealed themselves.
Can we get out of this?
Look there, and enemy flag carrier. Overshield inbound.
Brother. I got you, Hardy. I'm not going to listen to it right now. Unless it's like something really spicy or worthwhile. Or do I really have time? Bruh. Just a constant ringing in my ears. I've tried the G7. It's good. It just doesn't... It only has 2 paddles. That kind of hurts the controller. Bro, I just thought because I had 2 teammates there, I'd be good. That's a big ol' shame. What's the ringing? I don't know. After I got out the shower this morning, I had a ringing in my right ear and it hasn't gone away. And it's like disorienting. I feel disoriented, if that makes sense. It's like a sound of like I pop my ears really hard or something. Like a feedback. We're somehow winning despite being all negative, so we'll take that. Thank you, now. Just getting crossed by tower. We got no good positioning here. We're all at the bottom of the map. That ain't gonna work. 20 years. Holy crap. I mean, bro. Stop using earbuds for a while. I don't know. I'm just going to sleep and wake up and see if it's gone. That's my hope. Sounds like I'm in a vacuum on my right side.
Taken our flag. We
I would. I'm gonna get off after this probably, guys, because I have to go get ready to coach. And I'm clearly not locked. Just making a lot of really bad mistakes, bro. I can't hear myself think. LVT qualifier being not open to all teams. I mean, how could you fund that though? Wouldn't it be difficult to organize all that? It would be like really extensive, long days of competition, right? It's a great opening. Appreciate the follow. Monster. Thank you. Oh, I don't even know how I'm alive. I'm not sure, brother.
In my sights.
There's no way.
Enemy flags in allied hands. Overshield inbound. Successfully delivered.
I don't have allergies. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll go talk to the family and then sleep on it and see how I feel. But it's like louder now somehow. But I don't know. Anyway, guys, sorry that was uneventful. The stream itself, obviously about the Rostermania, I think we did a good job of getting all the intel for now. We'll just stay tuned on what else is to come. I'm going to send it to somebody. APG is somehow still live, so I'm going to send him the viewers. He's been live all day. Thank you, guys. We'll give APG some love. Much love, guys. Collect might be on Envy. That'd be cool. Oh, like in place if there's a spot open, assuming Precision leaves and Snakebite doesn't, you know, take any of those opportunities. GG Topin. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of struggling right now too, brother. I've got an issue with my ear. All right, 127. You guys over to APG. Go give him some love. I'm getting off. Have a good night.